TV, certainly the best.
It's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Yes, Flipside is a very unique show that beams its searchlight on some topical issues, especially socio-cultural issues. Okay, so we just take any particular issue and try to beam our searchlight on it and do justice to it. It airs every Wednesday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course it's a pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we're having a very interesting conversation, something that has to do with substance abuse. Now, if you take a look around you, there's one person or the other abusing substance, and this is becoming quite a menace in our society. And until something is done to nip it in the bud, only God knows what the future holds. So we're actually discussing overcoming drug addiction. What exactly is it about substance that, people are so addicted to? That's basically what we're going to be discussing today. And of course, I'm not alone. I've got someone in the house, someone who happens to be very well, grounded in this area. She is a survivor and of course an advocate. So what that means is that she's going to be speaking from a first-person perspective, and of course, I'm giving us some insight on how to deal with drug addiction. By the way, she goes by the name of Osahon Igariba. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
You look gorgeous. All right, so let's get started, okay? Substance abuse. Nowadays it's hard to tell what's substance and what's not. So how would you define substance? Because some persons will tell you that alcohol is substance. What's your take on that?
For me, I know about drug addiction
okay.
for the substance.
But do you also agree that alcohol could be substance as well?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course it is. I see drug addiction, substance, as, I call it the demonic substance. For me, it's demonic.
Demonic. Okay. So you think it's a more serious substance than?
Yes.
Okay, so let's examine some of the topical points here. What are the early warning signs that someone is developing a drug addiction?
Okay,
are there any pointers? Are there any signs to?
Yeah, they are. They are amongst so many. I'm going to mention a few, like a drastic weight loss.
Okay, so when somebody suddenly starts losing weight.
Yes, insomnia, unexplained habits, funny habits. Withdrawals, you start staying away from friends, you isolate yourself, this jolts, you start jolting.
Okay.
Some people always itch,
Yeah.
as if it's stuffy, and so some anger issues.
Anger issues.
Yeah.
When you say anger issues?
You just get easily
irritated?
Yeah, irritation. I'll say
that's serious. Are there other signs? Is there any such thing as, let's say, being moody?
Yes, mood swings.
Okay,
I said
mood
yes,
swings.
amongst many.
Getting withdrawn.
Mention a few. Yes.
Okay.
You move away from the crowd. You abandon your friends. Because you don't feel like you belong anywhere. Yes, exactly. So you feel body shamed. People are going to ask you questions, and you're always needy. You're always hasty. And so much, a lot of it.
Okay, so let's take a look at some other parts of this conversation. How can peer pressure, because I believe peer pressure is one often overlooked factor that's responsible for peer pressure. But how do you think peer pressure contributes to drug abuse among teenagers and of course young adults?
Well, for peer pressure, I think it's an individual thing because you feel it's caused by lack of contentment, where you compare yourself You think you're not good enough. You need people to validate you, and it's mostly when you're not self-aware. You don't, you don't know yourself, so you're not satisfied. You want more. Greed. You want to be everyone's favorite. You want to be the pick-me. You want to belong. Yes, you want to belong. So you feel you want to do what others are doing and make money, or just it depends on the sector where you, it may be drugs, maybe for making money, doing crimes or anything. So it's when you're not self-aware or the contentment.
So I guess it's safe to say it's unhealthy. It's born out of unhealthy competition.
Yes, and greed.
Greed. I would like you to throw more light on the greed part. When you say it's as a result of greed, does it mean you want to be everywhere? Okay, and you want to have much more than you think.
Yes, you want to do not just having anything, but you just want to be everywhere. You want to do what everyone is doing. Yeah.
All right, this is quite a lot, and I'm sure it's going to take some persons a lot to process. But let's examine this one. What role does family background play in the survival of relapse of a recovering addict? Do you think family members have a role to play in helping an addict, first, get free, like break free from drug addiction, and of course, speed up the recovery process?
Yes, a lot.
Okay.
In recovering, especially when they're recovering, let me take that first. You put them back in this sense of belonging. You validate them. You give them the relevance, that they're part of the family, letting them in into the know-how of what's going on in the family. What they say should count. Everyone wants to be heard, seen, noticed. So it's good, to invite them in, and then be patient with the process. Patience is another key.
Why? How so?
Yes, because it takes time, because they have to heal, from where they're coming. Don't start comparing them. See what your mates are doing. Okay. See. You want to fast track the healing process. So you have to be patient with people, and then you have to be emotionally mature. To understand that they're acting the way they act. So you don't just, from your own place of, where you're wounded, it's just good you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course I
understand where they're acting from.
Okay, now you are a survivor, okay, and I'm sure you had your own fair share of the struggle we're talking about. So do you care, to give us a glimpse into what your own personal experience was like, with the fight against addiction and all of that?
For me, I used the hard way. Accountability. I gave my life to Christ. And it helped me a lot because the Holy Spirit helped me. And one of the fruits he gave me is self-control. He just separated me from the crowd. The drinking, the smoking, and then it helped me. And then accountability.
What would you say pushed you into substance abuse in the first place? Because a lot of persons have their own personal stories to tell. For you, it's probably different from that other, from somebody else's own, right? For someone else, it could just be that, okay, they felt inadequate at some point in their lives, or they felt rejected by their family members. They didn't feel like they belonged in in their circles, okay? So they thought drug addiction or substance abuse was an escape from their reality. So for you, what would you say prompted you, or should I say drove you into substance abuse?
Trauma. The same for everybody.
Trauma, okay.
Trauma.
You care to share what, caused the trauma?
Not really. Oh, maybe. Nothing just worked. Heartbreak, so many betrayals, and when it's a collection of
an accumulation of issues. Okay.
Yes, like so it could be a past events, or maybe you experienced an accident happen, a loss of a loved one. Not everybody knows how to handle pain. So it just could be anything. So mine was a collection of so many traumas, heartbreaks, nothing happening, betrayals, failures, so many.
Okay. You just said that for some people it's the struggle to deal with certain realities of the moment, right?
Yeah.
Do you honestly think that substance abuse is a true or formidable escape from such realities?
That's what it is. Like I call it a demonic substance because there's a spirit behind it. And there's something about that spirit of addiction, drug addiction.
Okay.
It doesn't like reality or to process. You can process other people's lives, but when it's time to process your own life, it tells you, you know, are you sure you can do this? It just brings 3 or 4 hurtful events and you're like, no, not today. Not today. So the major thing it does is just one thing, one job. It has just one job, to distract you of your life's purpose and then completely ruin you. That's what it does. So it's an escape on its own.
Okay.
It doesn't like reality. Yeah.
Okay, but is it a formidable escape? In the long run, does it pay off?
Yeah, for the moment.
For the moment?
Yeah.
Until reality finally sets in.
Exactly. And unfortunately, most of them cannot survive reality.
Most of them cannot survive reality. Well, in case you're just joining us, it is Flipside on Independent Television, and we're having a very interesting conversation today, something that has to do with overcoming drug addiction. And I've got in the house with me Osahon Igariwa, who happens to be a survivor and an advocate. So now she's preaching against substance abuse. Well, we have to go on this very important break, and when we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing overcoming drug addiction. I still have with me in the house Osahon Igariwa. All right, hope you're having fun. Sure. All right, let's up the ante a bit. How does stigma affect a person trying to recover from drug addiction?
Oh my God, that's the major.
Okay.
You see, unlike HIV and AIDS that used to, have a stigma problem, it's worse.
You think the stigma that goes with drug addiction is worse than that of
worse.
HIV?
Yes, because right now there are preventive measures. You can have a healthy partner, healthy babies, and a very healthy long life. But with addiction, it's terrible. Nobody wants to affiliate with you. Nobody wants to deal with you. You come to people and they start hiding their phones and properties. It's terrible. Nobody wants to have anything to do with you. And if they're seen with you, they just tag you along with that person. Or they even say you're crazy, out of your mind, or anything. So it's terrible.
All right. By your assessment, what would you say is the highest level of damage that substance abuse could do to a person?
Losing yourself.
Okay, by losing yourself, you mean losing your identity?
Your identity, everything stripped out. Stripped off. Family, love life, nothing, business, no trust from anywhere. Nobody takes you seriously. In fact, they even they hope that you will relapse someday, so you can't just deal. Even when you try to be the best version of yourself, you're still hoping, I hope you won't relapse. So it's not a final thing to say, okay, you're cured from this thing completely. You just have that thing, behind the minds that you might relapse someday. So it's still a 50-50 thing, dealing with you. It's terrible.
Could it ultimately lead to a mental disorder?
For some people. Yeah.
Okay, and of course I've heard some persons say that substance abuse kills.
Overdose
of it.
Yeah, you can die in any way. You can do crimes. You can get hit by a vehicle when you are high. Anything can happen. So.
Okay, what are the most effective treatment methods for overcoming drug addiction? Okay, because apart from rehabilitation, I really don't know what goes on in rehabilitation homes, okay? I don't know if victims, or should I say addicts, are offered medication or anything of the sort, but, how do you think or what are the most effective treatment methods for overcoming drug addiction?
Okay. So for me, I've never been in any drug rehabilitation center before. I told you. I got saved by.
Yours was more or less supernatural.
Supernatural, from divine. I use the word divine.
Okay.
And I've had moments where I was in that community, and then people came straight from being discharged right back there in, after flushing their systems, giving them injections or, things to make them sleep. So at the time, I just thought these people just chill out for some time, to get fattened up and then rest and then continue it again. And immediately they leave that facility. From what we all know, the smell comes to you again. So that's why I said it's demonic. It's actually a supernatural thing.
So is the smell some sort of trigger?
It just finds you.
Okay. So I'm asking if it triggers it. Does it bring it back somehow?
Of course. The smell, just when you're out of that place and come out to reality, the first place you want to visit is that place, to take it again. For mostly, I can't speak for everybody, so I've experienced it there. So for the treatment, for me, what worked for me, I told you, I gave my life to Christ. I took accountability. I became the mirror. I came on air, not air, in the internet to tell people I was on drugs, that Jesus saved me. I gave my life to Christ, and then I built my mental capacity. Read books, to help me. And it's good, and it helped so far.
I'm actually glad you made mention of, your religious beliefs helping you. Now, I would like you to throw more light on that. How can strong religious or spiritual beliefs help someone survive addiction? Like, from your own personal experience, what would you say your journey was like? Because I'm sure before you had that encounter, you were probably an unbeliever. You had no prior experience with being, being delivered from anything of that sort, right? Yeah. So tell me, how was it for you? Like, you care to give us?
Morally, it helps you, and that's the major. Like we talked about, like I talked about it earlier, it separates you. You can't be in Christ and be in these places. For people who think they have the strong will to do it, they can say, okay, fine, they have the will, they can do it, but they just sustain themselves on cigarette and then marijuana, to keep them high, give them a certain type of highness. But it will not work eventually. So you think
that's a temporary or palliative measure?
Yes, it doesn't make any sense. You eventually go back to these things because a time will come where you have the triggers, and then you need something higher than marijuana. So you can't survive on that. Yes, that's where the supernatural power comes in. The Holy Spirit has to help you, because the Holy Spirit is in everybody. Sometimes you have this nudge within yourself when you're with, not just in a bad community of smokers and drinkers, but you can be at a wedding grounds, you can be anywhere, and then there's this nudge, this feeling that tells you, you're not supposed to be here. These are not your people. You won't be comfortable. So it tells you when you're getting there, no, leave this place, don't do this thing. It disciplines you. That's what the Holy Spirit does, and everybody experiences it. So it's you surrendering yourself to God to at least do everything for you, knowing that you're not capable enough.
Okay, so how important is mental health support in addiction recovery? There's really no gainsaying that this plays a huge role or affects one's mental health in unimaginable ways, right? In what ways do you think mental health support helps in the fight against addiction?
You just have to build yourself. Like I said, my mental capacity, I had to build it. How? You see, when you're self-aware, it defeats the illusions of shame and guilt and fear and everything that comes with addiction. Fear tells you, can I make it again? Shame tells you, what do people say about me?
Doubts.
And then the regrets, doubts, thank you. So when you're self-aware, you know who you are and whose you are. You don't care what anybody says. So you build your mental capacity and love yourself. Pick yourself up, choose yourself, put yourself first. I think that's the only way.
It's actually quite interesting that you made mention of self-love, because I think that's one thing that a lot of that we don't preach enough in this part of the world.
Because when you love yourself, you're aware of yourself, you won't need validation. So you won't feel intimidated, you won't feel like you don't belong, and that's what takes you there.
Okay. But are you by any means suggesting that people who take to substance abuse lack self-love?
Of course. Everyone. All of them. You think they feel they are, strong mentally, but they're actually very weak. When it comes to, because it's an escape from traumas and everything, so they have to build their mental capacity, and healing from traumas is not you avoiding them. That's what makes you weak. It's about sitting with it, absorbing it, feel every bit of it, and then see the positivity in it, so you can grow from there.
All right, if you're just joining us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing overcoming substance abuse. We have to go on another very important break. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Osahon Igariwa is still right here with me. Okay, now Osahon, here's a quick one. How important is mental? Okay, I think we've already examined that. What role does government policy play in helping addicts recover? First off, do you think the government is doing enough in creating the enabling environment, that will help addicts break free from addiction?
Well, if you ask me, I think they're trying their best, but they're not doing enough.
Okay.
Because they have to create, I don't really know of anyone in Edo State, meaning precisely, of any free treatment or facility, addicts can go to for treatment. So, but they're supposed to invent, things like this in ways they can help addicts, and then train individuals, to get certifications in drug addiction, to be coaches. Okay. Drug addiction recovery coaches, so they can do a follow-up on these people. You don't just discharge them and let them go. To who? You have to call them, follow up on their lives. I mean, that's the best way.
Talking about coaches, do you think we have enough coaches and mentors to go around, given the growing population of drug addicts, or should I say...
It's a pandemic now, actually.
Yeah, so do you think we have enough mentors? Because it takes a mentor sometimes, to help, should I say, walk you out of it, right? So do you think society has enough mentors and coaches?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. And another thing, I don't think people seek for help like that. They just want to go to rehabilitation. I think they should be coaches, because I'm a coach to one of the rehabilitation centers, just one for now, and I think they should be coaches.
Okay.
So
you don't think we have enough just yet?
I don't think we have enough.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the coping strategies. What strategies do you think addicts can employ, to overcome these menace of substance abuse, apart from some of the things that you've mentioned so far? What strategies do you think they could possibly apply?
First of all, what I noticed in that community, I'm sorry to say, but addicts are the smartest people I know.
Okay, that's a bold statement.
Yes, they're the smartest people I know, because they have, like I always say, they have a very great past, a terrible present, and a very bright future. And these people mostly are creatives. They're creators. Yes, they're very talented people.
Okay.
Very talented people.
But you think they are putting their talents to the wrong use?
Yes, there's no help per se. What was the question again?
Yes. What coping strategies do you think sufferers, addicts, can employ in breaking out?
Yes, so they need to, learn, I think, professional courses. Funny enough, leadership, learning personal development, and building their skills. Very, very important. You learn time management, on ways to build themselves. Funny how, but that's the solution.
Wow.
That's the solution.
Okay, let's take a look at the roles of schools. How can schools help prevent drug addiction among students? Because most of these addiction situations begin in schools. And just like we established earlier, some people became addicts just by influence from, should I say peers, right? So what do you think schools can do to help prevent drug addiction among students?
Creating awareness. Going to schools, talking to
Do you think
people.
there should be rehabilitation centers in schools?
Rehabilitation centers in schools, or there should be counselors to people to counsel them, maybe
professional
therapists, to know their pain, because they just go to school and back. I don't know if they have those available, to know how a child is coping, what's happening at home. It's from childhood these traumas, begin. So they should really look into the children, their behaviors. Yeah.
All right. What are the long-term physical and psychological effects of drug abuse? I really don't know if there are much physical effects, but I think drug abuse, or should I say substance abuse, generally is more of a psychological thing. So,
yeah, it's a psychological thing.
Okay, so would you want to talk about that?
For me, it's just trust issues. I have trust issues because that community, it's... talking about the physical aspect to this, do you think drug, or should I say substance abusers, look pale at any point? Do they look pale? Do they look of course,
worn out?
Of course.
Is there any alteration in their appearances, physical appearances?
When they lack sleep, they don't take good care of themselves, you don't eat well. For days you don't eat, you don't sleep. You sometimes you take medications to boost the immune systems, or even blood per se. So maybe that's the physical. Yeah. So for me, the psychological effect, which is trust issues. Yeah, because coming from that environment, you deal with all sorts of betrayals every day. They can literally sell you to take anything.
Wow.
Yeah, so
how does substance abuse or drug addiction affect diet?
Your diet?
Yes. Let's say someone who used to eat a lot suddenly starts cutting down on their diet as a result of substance abuse.
It causes it. That's what causes it. It's a drastic weight loss.
Okay. So you think they take to drugs rather than food?
Of course.
So what satisfaction could they possibly derive from substance abuse that they can't get from food? Pardon me that I'm asking these questions because I really can't understand.
Well, food, what's food compared to, if I ask anyone, they say, what's your highest satisfaction and what do you really enjoy? Most people say it's, sex. But it's way
beyond that.
Beyond sex. It's not what you can, what's food compared to?
Wow. That's pretty interesting. Okay, so can social media influence affect drug culture positively or negatively?
Oh yes, it does, especially when your influencers take it, musicians and people around, most people smoke while they're, filming or doing their content, so they want to be like others, so it happens, it influences people.
So you're saying that if an influencer is involved in substance abuse, for instance, it will invariably rub off on whoever it is that looks up to them.
Yeah, that's weed.
Okay.
Marijuana. So nobody takes substance. But sometimes they sing about it and then...
Okay, so they normalize it.
They normalize it, yeah, but who knows?
Okay, how can communities create supportive environments for recovering addicts?
By being that accountability partner.
Okay.
Carrying them along, holding them accountable.
When you say holding them accountable, I hope that doesn't mean judging them.
No, not at all.
Because there might be a thin line between holding people accountable and, rubbing their realities in their faces.
No, it's like a reminder. Remember who you are.
Okay.
Remember you said you're going to do this. Have you done this?
Okay.
Have you studied on, and have you done, everything you say you will do.
Okay.
Those promises you made, like a reminder.
The pledges
you've
made.
This? Yes, exactly. So just like a reminder to carry you along.
Okay, now what is the connection between trauma and substance abuse? I know you touched on it much earlier, right? But I would like you to elaborate. What is the connection between trauma and substance abuse? Is there any
They go hand
correlation?
in hand.
Okay.
They go hand in hand. Traumas, we all know it could be for those who were raped, for women who were raped, or a loss of a loved one, you know, that flashbacks.
Okay.
When you start having flashbacks of those things and then go to taking the substance to numb that thing, or just so you don't process, like I told you. You don't have the time to process that pain.
Okay.
Yes, so it does. And while I said that, you see, in that community, for young girls, young women, I mean, who got pregnant along the line, who got pregnant without knowing whose. You know, for some time they give birth. With time they beg. They use those babies to make money, beg people, you know, for money, and then after they sell those babies. You see, it's terrible, because I doubt, but by the grace of God, if those people can actually heal from those traumas, they'll rather keep taking the substance to numb that pain. Because for me, when I got out of that situation, as I having regrets of the properties I sold, and now that I am sober and facing reality, you know, so you can imagine if, God forbid, that I sold my baby. So right now I'll be like, where's my baby? You know, knowing that I smoked the baby.
Whoa.
So it's it's terrible. Some people can't even handle the healing, so they'll rather be there, you know, to numb the pain and smoke more, you know, to kill the traumas they create, you know, as time goes on in that community. So it worsens.
All right, the program is still Flipside on Independent Television, and we've been taking a look at recovering or overcoming substance abuse. We shall be going on another break. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Okay, welcome back. We're still discussing substance abuse, overcoming substance abuse, and Osahon Wigareva is still right here in the house with me. Now, what are the biggest challenges faced during withdrawal and recovery, Osahon? When you're trying to withdraw from substance abuse and you're trying to recover from it, what do you think are the biggest challenges that, you know, addicts face?
I don't know about others. For me, it could be for people, it can be shame, but mine is regret. I just mentioned it now. I lost everything. You know, monies I wasted, opportunities I wasted. You know, it dawned on me. So I tried to even heal from my own mistakes, healing for me from my own mistakes, from the regrets. So that's it. Regrets for me.
Regrets. Okay, so while you were trying to heal, or while you were trying to overcome, you know, you regretted what you did while you were still
the relationships I had with people, in favorable relationships, and the decisions I made. You know, I let my guard down. You know, and the things I ventured into, not crime per se, but other things that I'm not proud of. So, and then relationships I lost in the process. So, I regret.
Would you say you've recovered some of those relationships so far?
With time, you know, trust. It takes time to build. They're watching. They're watching. You know, some forgave immediately and some just permanently blocked me. So
that's pretty much understandable.
You know, severe disappointment.
Okay, let's you know, take a look at this particular one. How can relapse be prevented after rehabilitation? You will agree with me that recovery is a very hectic process, and in some cases there is a relapse. Someone who's trying to break free, you know, probably just goes right back into it, and at that point it becomes really hard to, you know, totally break free. So how do you think, you know, relapse can be prevented after rehabilitation? After you've rehabilitated someone, you have you know, helped them overcome, how do you prevent them from going back?
You see, for my own case, then there was a time I relapsed.
Really?
The very first time, I had to relocate. I thought maybe, leaving that environment, all the friends, so I just start anew. So I left my former base and then rented an apartment out, sold everything, and then just brought my clothes and my vehicle, and then relocated back to Benin. I came here.
Did that help?
Somehow we're getting there. So I sold all my properties and then started anew here.
Okay.
I registered my vehicle, started driving Uber, but Bolt, it's like Uber, in case people don't know about Bolt. I woke up in the morning, 5:30, wash my car, just that. So no friends. I want to be alone. I want to just start afresh.
So
and it worked for the first 3 months.
You isolated yourself.
Exactly, and it worked.
But were you still in touch with friends and family members?
No. I was with my family now.
Okay, family. Okay.
Yes, so I started a new me, new life.
Did friends try reaching out to you?
I changed my number.
Your number, wow.
I changed my contact. So I thought that was the only way, because I was doing it in my own strength. But here's why I say it's a demonic substance. It finds you. It helped me 50%, or even let's say 30 or 35%. I was doing my best, saving up money. It just took one order. A rider or a client ordered my vehicle from somewhere around the borough, this vicinity, and took me to that place to get it. Well, no, when he entered my car initially, he was sweaty. I said the AC is on, it's working. Then he said, put down all the windows. I did that, and all of a sudden he was just looking everywhere, restless, and then he just turned, and then the breath, I perceived it, and I was like, Jesus. Like Jesus. But just to be very honest, I said in the same words, I was like, Orema, like they've come. They
found you. Okay.
They found me. So in my head, I was like, look, okay, I'll just drop this guy off and that's it. I knew what he was up to. I didn't know he was even taking me to the spot. And he told me, look, when you get there, don't worry, I'm going to collect something from my friend's place, my cousin's place. She just wants to give me something. So just reverse, face this direction, and please don't put off your engine. Just be at it, just wait.
Okay.
I already knew. And the way he entered, the people
and it was
going
too late
in there.
to discharge him?
And it was too late. He hasn't even paid me, and it was a return trip. I'm supposed to take him back. He promised heaven and earth. He's going to tip me. He's going to do just. So I was upset. But I didn't show it. I was just telling God, what is this? What is this? So I dropped him off, started, continued with my life. So it just took another trigger again. That trigger, with that trigger, I took my own self to that place. And
something you had been trying to
exactly. You see, in a strange place where you don't have friends, somehow it finds you. That's why I said you have to do it to the Holy Spirit. God has to be in it. He has to help you.
Wow.
So he took me. I took myself there, and the rest is history.
It's history.
In fact, that's where I eventually got my own, where God saved me from, and then taught me everything I know now.
Okay.
In that community.
All right, that was a very brilliant and touching story, I must say.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that rehabilitation centers are accessible and affordable to everyone?
I think so, but it's quite expensive. It's quite expensive, and that's why the government needs to come in. To
subsidize it and make it
yes, exactly, and make
affordable.
It free.
Okay.
Even possible, and it's not just taking those treatments. What next? After that, you have to keep their mind busy. They learn skills, things to improve them mentally.
Okay.
Not just taking medications and then sleep, flush your systems, and when they leave there, they go back to the vices. So, you should make it affordable. But for now, I don't think, because I don't think it's cheap.
Okay. How can recovered addicts inspire others battling with addiction? I guess that's pretty much what you are doing right now.
Yeah, what I'm doing now.
Yeah, but in what ways are you inspiring people, out there beyond, granting an interview like this on TV? What other ways do you think others are learning from you?
Okay, I'm trying to put an awareness out there that,
do
especially
you run
the
an
stigma.
NGO?
No, I'm planning on.
Planning on doing that. Okay.
Doing that.
Okay. So go on.
So I'm trying to create an awareness. I'm creating an awareness rather that to remove that stigma. It's everywhere. I want people to be able to talk about it. Yeah, I was on drugs. I was addicted. And it won't be anything.
Now,
That's
which
what it's
brings me
supposed
which brings me to the next question. Why do you think people find it hard to share their stories, just like you are
Shame.
doing right now?
They won't grant me jobs. I won't find the right partner because they're going. Everybody will think I will relapse. People will think I'm a criminal, that I can steal, I can do this or that, because you can just switch any moment.
At
You
any
can just be with that person, and the next thing, that's the same thing causing it.
Okay.
Where people do not trust you, now they want you to dwell in it. But people have to trust you again and bring you in to have that sense of responsibility and then relevance that you can actually contribute and do something, not when you say, because it's very bad. When you don't make any sense, they say, okay, it's that. And when you make sense, people are going to be like, wow, you had a good hit today, good stuff. So you say it's terrible. You don't even know
So
what to.
either way.
Yes, either way you're useless.
You're still.
Do you guess? It's terrible.
It's
so
sickening.
people should come out, and be like this, like, okay, just like you had malaria, come out and say it. I was addicted. It shouldn't be anything, because it's a pandemic.
It is.
It's even reducing now.
I think
But for 12 years.
Is it reducing? Because I think
it is.
If you're quite active on social media, you must have seen that a lot of young people of this age are given to all sorts of new substance, from colos to
terrible.
You get, to what's the other one called, methamphetamine or something of that nature. They go by different name. Exactly, and all of these are
Nice.
A lot of them are new. I don't know, maybe not so new.
Not so new.
But they are really popular now. Do you understand?
Yes.
And most of these young people depend on them, to keep sane. So, how do you think these young people deal with all of this?
It's terrible. I'll just advise, because there's something about this thing I noticed, this demonic substance. It's actually demonic.
Okay.
There is something it does. It concentrates on you, the individual. It's like a feminine demon. It's just like a god. That's why God is against it. Serve no other person but me. He wants your attention. I'm going to give you the money. You'll spend everything you make buying me. Do whatever it takes, crime, whatever it is, bring it back to me. Stay away from friends, family, even your children, your life. Surrender it to me. And there's one funny thing it does. It concentrates on you to ruin you, but nobody should mock you.
Wow.
Or it goes to that person. I noticed, because in that place where people around mocked addicts, somehow their own kids snuck in to get some things out. So it's everywhere, funny enough. If it's not your immediate family, there's one distant uncle somewhere. So it's a pandemic. It affects everybody. Like, everyone has that one person in your family doing this thing. So it's terrible. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Do you think drug addiction could be hereditary?
If it's what you grew up seeing.
Okay.
Yes, it's even a type of trauma. Witnessing things and violence.
Like when a child grows up in a home where substances are abused constantly.
Yes, it's very possible, because it's everywhere. Sometimes kids can even put the sponge from your stems in their mouth, and it's what they're used to. You send them to buy cigarettes. They know how to do these things, so it's nothing new with them. So they just start it.
Okay, but you don't think it's something that can be passed through genetics, so to speak?
Traumas.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an extension. Your parent dealing with trauma, numbing the pain, and then transferring that trauma to the child, and then numbing it, and then your kids seeing you doing the same thing. Excuse me. All
right, it's still Flipside on Independence Television. We're discussing overcoming substance abuse. Now, this is our final break on the show. When we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Osaho Igariva is still right here with me, and we're examining the need to overcome substance abuse. Now, these are the final questions, okay, and this is actually the final lap of the program. Should former addicts, or what can be done to embolden former addicts, to share their stories and, of course, to inspire other addicts, to break free from drug addiction?
I'll advise they become the mirror, an advocate, like what I'm doing. Everybody's shying away from it because you don't want to be judged or seen differently.
You think that's the reason they don't come out to share their stories?
I think so. Because they think maybe some positions will be held back, from them, or, some advantages, or, how people view you in the society, because of relapse. People don't just, take you seriously. So they want to be seen in a certain image. So I want to create that awareness, like, it's nothing. It's actually everywhere. It's everywhere.
Okay.
I'm continuing from what I was saying. Parents, please, because don't mock. Okay. Don't mock anybody taking this thing. Like I just said to the demon, if you mock it, it comes to you somehow. Wow. I mean, spiritually, so don't mock. You see anyone going through this, just say a silent prayer for them. Say prayer. And you don't know who your kids are with. So they're coming for the Easter holiday. Easter just passed. When is Easter?
No, still.
Any holidays at all, just surprise them.
Okay.
Follow them to the bathroom. Pee in this thing, and let's go and do that test. You'll be shocked what you'll see in there. Run a test.
Okay.
You don't know what these kids are up to. They started, popping pills, taking one or two things. So it will help so that embarrassing situation doesn't come to your home.
All right, let's take a look at the trust issues that you raised a moment ago. How do you think, should I say addicts now, or those that have finally overcome, how do you think they can eventually gain the trust of their loved ones, the people around them? Because you made mention of the fact that it takes a lot for everyone around you to begin to trust you again, right? So what do you think addicts can do to earn the trust of people around them?
For me, I am self-aware.
Okay.
When you're self-aware, you don't really care what anyone thinks. The thing is, just be the better version of yourself. Anyone can have any, opinions about you. So they'll see it eventually. Time does tell. So concentrate on you. Build yourself again, and the right people will come, the right connections will come. You can have new connections again, new friends again, you build a new life, and people start trusting you again. You don't force it. You don't force connections. You don't force it. Just concentrate on building yourself. Be aware. Be self-aware that you are more, that you are able. You did it before, you do it again, because you've obviously had a very good past to tell yourself you are meant for more. You could do it again.
All right. Be self-aware and believe that you've done it before and you can do it again.
Yeah.
Now, what's your final word for young people out there who are still neck deep into, substance abuse, and they don't even, it doesn't seem like there is hope for them? So what's your advice for such people, or people around them who have probably given up on them?
What I just said. Self-awareness. Most people don't have it, because in a world where everyone wants to wear masks, they need validation. You need people to applaud you. Just believe in yourself. You don't need validation from anyone. For me, I don't even care if any family member or anybody wants to root for me. I believe in my path and I'm following it, because I really don't have the support from family or any system, because they've all given up.
Okay.
So I'll advise you, while you still have people, the youth out there, while you still have people who believe in you,
okay,
who still root for you, who still show you love, please believe in yourself and stop. And if you were thinking of starting, don't even start.
Don't start. It's better not to start.
It's a journey you do not come back from. Nobody tells you, okay, just test it to see. No, that testing that's it. Just one pull, you're out.
Whoa.
So don't even think of it. The Colorado, the Canadian Loud, or even cigarette. Look, there is nothing in there. Love yourself. Validate yourself. Tell yourself you're more. Your time will come. You're not late on anything. The rush and everything. I'm 40 and I'm starting my life again at 40. I lost everything. A decade and some years of my life. I literally lost everything, and I'm grateful. And I'm grateful to God that at least I am not where I used to be. It is more than enough.
Okay. Now, there's really no doubt that yours is quite an inspiring story.
Of
and I'm
course.
sure there are loads of people out there who are learning a thing or two from what you've said so far. Now, I would like to speak to family members that have written off or that have passed a vote of no confidence on, certain of their members, right? For instance, this is a stigma. It's a problem that most families don't want to associate with. And once this is discovered in some families, they just write you off completely. So what's your advice for families who have written off, one of their own as a result of drug addiction?
Please, don't blame them. I'll give you an instance. You see, while I was in that place, I just got there, one of the times I visited, and I saw this man. He's an evangelist. I can't mention names.
Okay.
He's elderly.
Okay.
So apparently at that time, his wife was hospitalized. So he was actually going to buy food when an alert entered his phone.
Okay.
And he told himself, maybe, I don't know who maybe they reach out to people to help them out. And then he told himself he was just going to do 30 minutes in, out, maybe use part of the money. And as at the time I saw him, he was complaining. He had already switched his phone off because calls were coming in. The food he didn't get, nothing, he was just there. And that was the 5th hour. He was there sitting and still smoking. So people just tag them, irresponsible, they've given up, things like this, and irresponsible. But it's not their fault. They don't even know what they're doing. There was a time in my life I had an appointment. I was going there, and an alert came. Okay. The first thing you see money, it's a demonic thing because it's not normal. It's not a normal thing.
But that's really worrisome because imagine, getting an alert
immediately
and the first
I
thing that
left
comes to your
that
mind is
appointment and then went back home, called the dealer, came to meet me, and then I was crying doing it. And the Holy Spirit minister, he said, this thing you're doing, you will regret it. And they were calling me, where are you? I just switched off my phone. You see, those abnormal behaviors, they'll think you're crazy. Like this person said you're on your way and you're not coming again. Those things, they are actually normal, but they cannot control it.
I see why
it's beyond their control.
I see why you said it's a spiritual thing.
It's a spiritual thing.
All right, thank you so much, Osahon Igariwa, for your very, very interesting and insightful expose. I'm sure, just like they say, word is enough for the wise. So there are so many persons out there right now, probably watching you and taking notes. I'm hoping that this has touched them positively in one way or the other. Well, the program has been Flipside on Independent Television, and we've been taking a look at overcoming substance abuse. Well, just like Osahon has said, it's better not to start at all than to start looking for a way to break free.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's nothing good about substance abuse, absolutely nothing. Okay, so if you are thinking of going into, drug abuse or whatever it is, just know that you are embarking on a journey of no return. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All eyes are currently on the Window Castle, where President Bola Tinubu is currently being hosted alongside his wife Oluremi Tinubu, the First Lady of Nigeria, by King Charles III and Queen Camilla. A lot of conversation surrounding it as King Charles III has hailed Nigerians in the UK, commending their determination and all of the contribution they get to bring right there in London. Welcome on board. This is This Morning on ITV. Top of the morning to you. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. A lot of things to talk about this morning right there in London and also here in Nigeria, with insecurity still topping the front burner, sadly, and a whole lot of other conversation that we will be dealing with this morning on TMI. Good morning once more. I have my colleague right here with me in the studio, Harry Maguire. Good morning, Harry. How are you?
Harry Maguire.
Oh, Harry.
Anyways, good morning, Anu. It's good to see you. Good morning, Benin City. Good morning, Nigeria. We're back here doing what we love to do best.
Interestingly, how we just forgot that it's a holiday today. So happy holiday. And of
Absolutely.
course, Eid Mubarak to all Muslim faithful.
Yes, to all our Muslim brothers and sisters, a happy Eid Mubarak to you. And this is hoping that you guys make the very best of the season. And all the goodies that the season has to offer, we pray that they will be your portion.
Now, speaking about goodies, I'm expecting meat, salad meat. I'm expecting, what else happens?
From your Muslim friends, huh?
Of course, like Musa and Mama perhaps. But anyway,
No,
let's
course,
bring it.
Mama knows we have some serious stuff to talk about in that regard.
Tell me about it. Who doesn't love the holiday period? But let's talk about serious issues now. I'm pretty sure you've been following what has been going on right there in London, in the UK precisely. Yesterday, I saw a clip where King Charles III was saying that Nigeria doesn't carry last, and he spoke pidgin, and that got a lot of Nigerians reacting to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually fascinating seeing non-Nigerians, right, speak the pidgin English, but, you know, someone as, you know, should I say, highly placed as King Charles speaking pidgin English is a flex. It's a big deal to us, and of course, it actually goes to show how culturally influential Nigeria is, especially on the global stage. You know, a lot of people want to, you know, identify with Nigerians, and not just because of how culturally influential we are, but for the very fact that a lot of Nigerians are doing amazing things abroad. So who wouldn't want to identify with Nigerians?
Absolutely. That's going to shape our conversation this morning. But away from there, let's also highlight a pressing issue. On Monday precisely, the news was out there on the traditional media and also on social media with the bomb blast that happened in Borno State, Maiduguri, the state capital. And after that event did occur, that sadly, dastardly event occurred, President Bola Tinubu ordered the service chiefs to relocate down to Borno State to ensure that normalcy is restored and the security situation is tackled. Already we're getting feelers that persons involved are based there in Borno State and do have connection with the Boko Haram members. But to let you know, the Nigeria service chiefs are currently in Borno State days after, just a day after the president did order them. Now the question surrounding this is this going to make a lasting impact to insecurity in Nigeria? What difference really is it going to make? How long, too long, are we going to continue having the conversation as regards insecurity? Because a lot of persons are tired. I am tired, Harry.
Well, from time immemorial, I think one of the issues we've always had is this reactionary approach to issues. Okay, now, of course, certain issues are, you know, inevitable. None of us can tell the future, so certain circumstances cannot be controlled. And one of such circumstances is insecurity. But my question is, why do we always wait for, you know, certain things to happen before we swing into action? Borno has been a theater of insecurity for years now, years on end. You know, terrorists, bandits, and co have been going there to unleash mayhem on the people. And one would have thought that by now, the security apparatus would have been intensified, would have been beefed up to ensure that, you know, these attacks are mitigated. But it's unfortunate that we still wait for the worst to happen before doing the needful. You know, and beyond that, as for whether it will make any difference, well, we can only hope. we can only be optimistic because at this point, that's all we can do. That's the much we can do. We really can't help but hope that something good comes out of this one. And we pray that it doesn't get to a point where people begin to live in their large numbers, where Borno totally becomes a desert. We pray it doesn't get to that point.
Well, we can only pray. It seems that's all we have right now, right here in Nigeria. Let's go over to Lagos, where Mercy Lina is on. Good morning, Mercy. Happy holiday to you.
Good morning, Anu. Good morning, Harry. Happy holiday to you too. Trust you're good. Okay, yesterday we actually talked about the president's visit to the UK, and a lot of persons were saying despite what happened in Maiduguri, the president still traveled. I mean, that was before the president ordered service chiefs to Maiduguri. I mean, some opposition party, they were talking, saying at this point that Nigeria needs to, I mean, in all of what has been happening in terms of insecurity and all of that, you traveled. I mean, this meeting has been scheduled, and we all know that it is for the benefit of the country. And we had a guest yesterday that helped us talk about it. But basically today, we are not going to be looking about that. We saw that the president has ordered the ministers, to step down. Those ministers that are in 2027 that are thinking of getting a position or contesting for a position in 2027. The president gave them till March, from now till March 31st, to resign. And we would be having a political analyst that would help us talk basically on that today. So that is what we would be talking about from Lagos this morning on this table.
Absolutely. I'm sure we're looking forward to this conversation because, interestingly, it's an ongoing one, especially as we move over to the 2027 general election. But Mercy, would you also want to talk about what is going on right now in Borno State with the service chiefs being there? Do you think it's going to make any difference at all with insecurity right here in Nigeria?
What Nigerians have been praying for is a lasting solution. Will this help? We don't know yet, but the fact that, the presidents make a swift responded to the situation on time, it might help. This is not the first time it's happening in the north. I mean, in other states, other parts of Nigeria, insecurity has been a major problem, and like I said earlier, what we want is a lasting solution. This might help. We pray it helps. We don't know yet, but for the fact that a the president responded quickly and swiftly, I would say it's a progress, and we are hoping and waiting to see what happens next, if it will help curb insecurity. That has been our major problem. Insecurity. You wake up one morning to hear kidnapping, banditry and all of that, and the bombing and all of that. And we hope it helps, and we hope it helps reduce insecurity. And like I said, what we want is a lasting solution, and we pray this, these decisions that the president made in sending the service chief down to Borno would help curb insecurity, not just in Borno State. I mean, in other states, insecurity is a major problem, and what the people want, what we Nigeria want, is a lasting solution. So we hope it helps.
At this point, we can only help because that is what we have. Thank you so much, Mercy. Now, back here in the studio, Harry, one of the major conversation that has been on right now is the ripple effect or the impact of the Middle East crisis that has been on. This is the third week already, and we are still having this conversation. What is going on? We've seen how it has affected fuel, gas prices, energy prices, and we're also seeing a shift as regards food in Nigeria and also globally. But we're going to be tilting down our attention down here in Nigeria. Food prices has skyrocketed again in Nigeria. What do you make out of this? 6 months after, according to a particular national dailies, during the course of this week, they did say that 6 months after we had a drop in food prices, inflation is on again.
Well, it is often said that the world is a global village. So whatever happens to one part of the world, finds its way to other parts of the world. So I guess that's basically what we're experiencing. The Middle East crisis is something that is telling on every region of the world, and Nigeria is not an exception.
Welcome back. If you're just joining, you're on to This Morning on ITV. Now let's look at a couple of national dailies this morning as we begin with the Vanguard newspaper and the major headline. Interestingly, on insecurity, it says how Nigeria spent 32.8 trillion naira on defense in 15 years. Subwriter says defense gulps $44.641 billion of 262.834 trillion naira budget. Nigeria records over 100,000 violent deaths since 2012. National Assembly probes defense spending. CDS seeks stronger police civil defense collaboration. Senate reps targets March 31st passage of 58.47 trillion naira 2026 budget. All of this on page 5. Eid al-Fitr, Sultan declares Friday as Shawwal 1, urges prayers on page 25. Maiduguri bombings, military chiefs arrives Bornu after Tinubu's directive on page 9. Well, still on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper this morning. Why Al-Majiri are infiltrating Abuja? You want to find out? Do well to pick up a copy of the Vanguard newspaper. That's all. Harry?
All right, let's take our attention and fix it on Daily Sun this morning. And the major headline on the Daily Sun says, ACF gives damning verdict on insecurity. And the writer there says Nigeria failing, sliding into anarchy. And still on that one, troops foil terrorist attack, kill over 60, destroy strongholds in Borno. And that sounds like progress. Just like we were trying to figure out if their intervention in Borno was going to help in any way. So yeah, troops foil terrorist attack, kill over 60, and destroy strongholds in Borno. Okay, still on the Daily Sun, right above the masthead, Benue, Akume loyalist mates plot to wrest power from Governor Alia. And that's on the political side of things. Benue, Akume loyalist mates plot to wrest power from Governor Alia. And right above that, ex-Abia civil servants in pains, over 13 months on paid pension. Ex-Abia civil servants in pains, over 13 months on paid pension. And the writer to that says, plead with Governor Oti to pay them. We actually hope that Governor Oti listens to their plea. And then under that, PDP crisis, National Convention not negotiable. And that's credited to the Caretaker Committee. PDP crisis, National Convention not negotiable. Caretaker Committee. And then under that one, party begins sale of forms March 23rd. And that you will find on page 26. Now right after that, gunmen kidnap 4 cocoa farmers in Ibadan, or your state. You'll find that on page 4. And then Eid al-Fitr, Kano government alleges destabilization plot during Salah celebrations. And that's on page 26. And finally, on the Daily Sun this morning, State Police, your concerns will be addressed. Barau assures Nigerians. State Police, your concerns will be addressed. Barau assures Nigerians. And that's all on the Daily Sun newspaper this morning.
Right. The Daily Independent is leading with Maiduguri bombings as it says AU seeks global action against terrorism in Nigeria. Subwriter says as troops kill over 80 terrorists in Borno, CDS to Borno Yobe take ownership of terror fight. Federal government investing in equipment to tackle terrorists. Who was speaking? The Vice President Kashim Shettima. All of this on page 29. Serap asks King Charles to address rights violation during Tinubu's UK visit on page 7. Labour Party fixes May 23rd for 2027 presidential primaries. Sanusi to lead Kanu Salah Duba as government tightens security on page 6. Away from that, other major headlines this morning. Long-acting breakthrough HIV injectables arrive in Nigeria. Quite an interesting one. ADC demands action for El Rufai after 30 days in detention. Well, still on the front page of Daily Independent, gunmen invade institute, abduct 4 farmers in Ibadan. And finally, 5G, Nigerians' excitement drops as network deployment drags. And also, on page 6 of the Daily Independent this morning, Oluremi Tinubu to deliver sermon at Lambeth Palace today on page 16. That's going to happen in the UK, and we're also aware that our president would be meeting with the UK Prime Minister today. Away from the Daily Independent newspaper, let's turn our attention now over to the Daily Trust newspaper. And on the front page of the Daily Trust, Harry?
Okay, on the Daily Trust newspaper this morning, the screamer here says, man loses 4 sons to Maiduguri explosions. And that's on a rather tragic note. Man loses 4 sons to Maiduguri explosions. Now that actually underscores the need for an urgent intervention, as we are saying in Maiduguri at the moment. And of course, right under that, Iran war, crude oil price inches to $110 billion. That's
per barrel.
Seriously. Now you understand.
Don't you think perhaps fuel is going to be sold for 3,000 naira per liter with what is going on?
Well,
or let's say 2,000 maybe. At
this rate, I don't think it will be out of place to dismiss that, because with all of these, that's why I think that pretty much explains why the hardship seems to be intensifying in Nigeria, because you see, oil is a big deal.
Of course.
In fact, the price of oil determines a whole lot of things across board. So if the prices of oil keep going up, then it's only a matter of time before every other thing is affected. All right, so that's that on that. Iran war, crude oil price inches to $110 billion. And then abductors of FCT communities members send account details for ransom. Abductors of FCT communities members send account details for ransom. Isn't it funny?
Account details?
Account details for ransom.
And if someone would wonder why it's still difficult to trace these bad guys and flush them out, because
tells you,
once you have your account details, you have connection to everything. You have the BVN, right?
It just shows you that there's more to this than meets the eye. You understand? Because it's one of the reasons we keep saying that, it seems like the government of the day does not have the willpower, to do the needful. It's not because they can't. It's not because we do not have, the necessary weapon or instruments to do the needful, but the willpower isn't there, and that says a whole lot about our government. And then right under that, why Bala Mohammed foot drags on defection, and that's still on the political side of things. Why Bala Mohammed foot drags on defection? Why is he dragging his feet? Okay, and then right above the masthead on the Daily Trust newspaper, how new BVN rules will curb fraudulent transactions.
Okay, we're just talking about it now.
Exactly.
Especially with the insecurity situation. Let's see if it's going to even give us that change
let's
we
hope.
want.
And then still above the masthead, Sultan declares Friday Eid al-Fitr. It's official. Sultan declares Friday Eid al-Fitr. And then finally on the Daily Trust newspaper, Kano government clears Emir Sanusi for Salah Doba. And that's on page 6 of the Daily Trust newspaper. That's about it on that.
The Guardian newspaper is up next, leading with another dimension this time around, as it says, AU rallies support against terrorism as CDS decries enemies within on page 6. Well, let's quickly talk about the picture we are currently seeing on the front page of the Guardian newspaper, with one went on yesterday right there in the UK at Windsor Castle. We have the picture of our president looking all smiley right there with his wife, Oluremi Tinubu, and also King Charles III and Queen Camilla. One thing a lot of Nigerians are actually also talking about is the fact that we didn't get to see him put on his suit this time around. He went all traditional, representing the culture. Are we expecting him rather on the suit?
Well, after what happened with the suit the last time, I wasn't expecting that, because
really?
I know Nigerians are savage people.
Of
We
course.
know the caricature that was made by Nigerians, concerning the way he rocked that suit. The suit was a good one.
The suit was actually dapper.
Exactly.
And then the fact that he was not on his usual batified cap and he was just there bare.
No, that's what happens when people are used to seeing you in a certain kind of way, and then all of a sudden you are giving them a different picture entirely.
So you're saying the suit is the major cause of why he did fall?
Yeah, Nigerians are not used to seeing him in a suit, especially a suit of that nature. So yeah, I wasn't surprised when I saw that. So I'm not also surprised seeing him, you know, in his traditional attire this time, because I mean, nobody would want history to repeat itself.
You're not serious, really. But away from that, let's go over to another major headline that says Tinubu, King Charles holds interfaith dialogue, deepen ties. And we also did hear that Oluremi Tinubu, the First Lady of Nigeria, will be having a sermon today in that event. Ministry's operations books open for probe, says Dave Umahi on page 7. Ramadan ends today as Saudi Arabia Sultan declares Friday Eid al-Fitr. Other interesting headlines this morning. Federal government transform correctional centers into food production hubs on page 20. Lagos, 6 commissioners set to resign for 2027 elections on page 5. Africa's public debt near $1.2 trillion amid refinance burden fiscal shocks. Well, that's all we have on the Guardian newspaper this morning. Do well to pick up a copy of any of the national dailies to stay abreast with the conversation that is making wave right now globally and also here in Nigeria. Well, to let you know that we'll be moving over to our major conversation this morning as we get to kickstart with war on Iran, soaring prices of fuel, and the Nigerian situation. We'll have our guests join live from Canada, and also we'll talk about what is going on right now with King Charles III and Queen Camilla hosting President Bola Tinubu and his wife. What impact really does this have on the Nigerian citizen? We'll also turn our attention to look at what NLC did say a couple of days ago, demanding a 154,000 naira minimum wage and also requesting for wage allowance or cost of living allowance, if that would even see the light of the day. All of this and more right after this break. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, President Bola Tinubu was on Wednesday given a ceremonial welcome at Windsor Castle as a Nigerian leader began his state visit to the United Kingdom. The president and his wife, Remi Tinubu, were treated to a 42-gun salute by the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery. Before that, Prince William and Princess Catherine met and greeted the Nigerian leader and his wife. Now, today, President Bola Tinubu is expected to meet British Prime Minister Keir Starmer as well as members of the Nigerian community abroad, according to the official schedule. We turn our attention over to King Charles III host, Tinubu, and First Lady of Nigeria, Oluremi Tinubu, impact on Nigerians in the diaspora and also back here at home. Well, joining us virtually from London, we have Prince Egba. Good morning, Prince Will. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome.
Good morning.
Right, can you help us make sense of what you have been observing so far right there at Windsor Castle?
Well, it's been an amazing state visit by Tinubu in London. The visit actually it's been seen as one of the most significant state visits over the last 37 years, Hello?
Go ahead, Prince Will, we can hear you. So what do you feel makes it significant and different from the other visits we've been seeing our president going for abroad? Please go ahead.
Well. This signifies is signifies or is seen as historical visit, state visit by Tinubu to the United Kingdom, which is quite different from other visit. As you can see, the ceremonies that was involved in this, the preparation. Um, basically, such visit they are not normal. They are not a regular visit that any president comes to the United Kingdom that is being given to. We can see that such visit can be also seen like the likes of the president of France, Macron, which was also giving almost the same kind of visit, and that of also Donald Trump, who, just within a space of 9 months. So in this kind of visit, it's re-echo the relationship, existing relationship that the UK government has had with the Nigerian government, um, and most importantly, is to renew that existing relationship that has always been there, but maybe this time around, it has to be, looking at more economical partnership other than just being historical.
We actually hope that this pans well and impacts positively on Nigerians both home and abroad. But does this have anything to do with the fact that Nigeria is a member of the Commonwealth? What positive impact do you think it could have on us back home?
You know, this kind of visit, you're looking at both direct investment, which is FDI to Nigeria, um, creation of jobs, um, you know, at, attracting investors to Nigeria as well.
Okay.
Um, MOUs are going to be signed. I'm sure the Tinubu will be meeting with Kristama this morning, or maybe later today. So it's not just significant in the sense that he came just to see the king. What is important in this visit is looking at the bilateral agreements in terms of security corporations, which I mean we all know what has been going on in Nigeria in terms of the insecurity that is even globally um, uh, aware of what is going on. So we're going to be seeing a lot of MOUs in terms of investment, in terms of security, education, and so many of them. So to people back home, like in Nigeria, I think we should be expecting more job creation if if the economy is stable to to go on with it. Yeah.
Now, Prince Will, in terms of the relationship between the UK and Nigeria, also considering Nigeria's stance and position in Africa, who do you think is going to benefit more from this relationship or has been benefiting more? Is it Nigeria or the UK benefiting more compared to Nigeria?
I think both parties are going to be benefiting. It all depends on one. What Nigeria is trying to do is to attract investors to Nigeria. That's what the government is trying to do. But at the same time, you can you know statistically that we have about 300,000 Nigerians who live in the UK. So people who are also in the UK are going to benefit in terms of um, the policies, in terms of um, you know the remittance, the transaction remittance in transaction that businesses, both small and medium businesses. So the benefit cut across both ways, while the UK is also looking at the large population of Nigeria, which is actually a good market strategy. In turns, even the Nigeria government will be benefiting in terms of the investors that will be moving to Nigeria, most likely to, in different kind of business that they want to do. So the benefits is just in both ways, not just Nigeria or in the UK.
All right. It's good to know that it's a symbiotic relationship. But, back home in Nigeria, a lot of presidents have been raising eyebrows with regards to the president's incessant, travels and visits to foreign countries. Now, what's your take on that? Some presidents are saying that it's really not impacting much on the life of the average Nigerian. Do you share that sentiment?
The diplomatic visits are essential. Creating relationship with international community is good. One might see it as, it's quite insensitive because of the critical time that the Nigeria is, that is currently facing. But the reality is, there has to be a relationship with the international community. It might be seen as insensitive, but at the same time, I'm not just going to view it as some kind of ceremony that the president came to do in London. But then again, we need to build international relationship with other countries, and this is what, even if you look at even in the UK, of recent, the Kestama visited Japan. He has gone to India. So countries move around creating meaningful partnerships. So it's though it's coming at a time where where a lot is going on in Nigeria, but diplomatic partnership is really important for the growth of Nigeria.
Now, this visit is coming on the heels of the security situation concerns in Nigeria. With the recent one that happened in Borno State, Maiduguri, the state capital, with a lot of presence, a lot of critics and criticism stemming up from it and saying the president shouldn't have made the move, despite public knowledge of the meeting being on for a couple of months and weeks. Now, what do you make out of this criticism?
I understand that we need to prioritize our domestic security, but at the same time, we also need to, at the state of what Nigeria looks like, we also need to look for meaningful partnership, in the international community, and we also need support of the international community to to help and support what is going on in Nigeria. It does seem over the years that we can't really do a lot of things by ourselves. So and for the fact that the international community is aware of the current situation of Nigeria, I think this visit, is a bit important. It might just be coming at the, but I mean, if you look at history, even in the midst of crisis, the president always jet out for one event or the other. So I don't see what is the difference of what he's doing now, as long as his visit to the UK would yield positive result in the life of Nigeria.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Prince Will. I'm sure a lot of Nigerians are looking forward to the aftermath of this state visit, and that's where we'll be turning our attention over to right after this break. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. We're just joining you onto This Morning on ITV, and the conversation currently on the front burner is President Tinubu's visit to the UK and also the First Lady of Nigeria, impact on Nigerians and also the economy. We still have our guest joining live right there in London, Prince Will Egba, a media consultant. So as we get to leave the conversation here, what should we Nigerians be expecting from this visit moving forward?
You know, I think what Nigeria should be expecting, most importantly, is job creation, which is one of the challenges that, you know, the average Nigeria has been facing over decades, creation of jobs. We hope that this visit will, bridge that gap of job creation through the uh, investment attraction to the country. What Nigeria needs is just the FDI. We need just foreign direct investment in the country to attract job creation for Nigeria. If you look at the issue of security, we also hope that this visit will reflect um, the security challenges that we are also facing back home. Seeking the support of the UK in whatever means possible to to support the insecurity challenges that Nigeria is currently facing.
Absolutely, and we're looking forward to everything, every juicy part of the visit, the state visit right there to the UK. Thank you so much, Egba Prince Will, a media consultant right there in London. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, well, there's still more to come as we turn our attention over to the living conditions right here in Nigeria, with labor unions demanding for a 154,000 naira minimum wage, if that would even work and see the light of the day. We'll find out after this break. Well, you're still on to This Morning on ITV right here in Benin studio. We are turning our attention now to look at the cost of living in Nigeria, the state of a Nigerian citizen, with labor union, that's the NLC, coming out to clamor and make a demand for the 154,000 naira minimum wage. As regards what is going on right now with cost of living, inflation, high price of fuel, with what is going on in the Middle East having a ripple effect right here down in Nigeria. Would this see the light of the day? Are you in support of this, or you feel it's just the labor union coming out to beat drums and make noise and do nothing about it? Our guest joins live from Delta State, Comrade Kelvin Ijumido, the SSA to the Delta State Governor on Human Rights, joins live this morning. Good morning and welcome on board, Comrade.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Good morning, viewers.
So, give us a make sense overview of what is going on right now in Nigeria. What have you been observing so far? How has the common Nigerian been, going through and just living basically in Nigeria with the living conditions?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we've never had it this bad as a country. The hunger keeps fighting harder each day. The money to seek daily bread is more expensive than the bread itself. And the poor man and the poor masses are the ones suffering it. While the politicians are traveling abroad, enjoying themselves, going on holiday with their families, having better security around them, and the poor Nigerians are getting poorer by the day. So we have been ranked amongst other poor countries of the world. That alone is worrisome. And coming home, we do not have a middle class anymore. In contemporary Nigeria today, you are either poor or you are rich. There's no middle class to say, okay, we are the middle class. There's no middle class anymore. Far before now, we used to have middle class, but okay, before them are the average Nigerian. So I do not see today enough persons to live their life on a daily basis. The means and the wherewithal is for what will carry them for a day. You do not think of even what to invest or what to keep in the bank. Go to our banks are empty. Because what most Nigerians live on, they live on service. They render services. And this service that they render, they live on a daily pay of it. That's how they manage to cope with themselves and the family. Rentage is biting hard, subscription is biting hard, medical bill is biting hard, electricity bill is biting hard, even when there's no electricity for us to even enjoy. But people paying a movement amount of money. The health center is a no-go area. Today you pray not even possible. But the first 6 days in Nigeria, before you say Jack and Robinson, you spend up to like 100,000 naira for medication. And they are not smiling either. Buying up sachet water, at the moment the price also has gone up. So it's a worrisome trend, and I think the call for labor for minimum wage of 104,000 naira to me is even small. They should credit that 200,000 naira for labor.
Okay, comrade, before we even get to...
For you to leave your point of house to your point of work, you spend almost their salary.
Okay, before we even get to labor current demand, there are those who say that what is going on right now in the Middle East, what is going on with the war in Iran, with America and also Israel, shouldn't really affect us that much, because we're a country blessed with a lot of mineral resources and natural resources. We shouldn't even be going through food inflation, energy, gas skyrocketing, because we have several refineries, sadly, that are not even working. So why are we still where we are at this point?
Yes, like you rightly stated, we are a blessed country. Mineral resources, natural resources, we have them in excess, but we have a leadership default. And leadership default that we have has brought us to this point that we find ourselves, whereby we now be the one who goes about begging that a progression in Middle East will not affect Nigeria. But every time they have a breakdown, a shortfall in the US, in Israel, in the Middle East, in Ukraine and Russia, it affects the very fabric of actions of the country. But when the economy is progressing there, we do not even see the effect on our own Nigerian soil. You agree with me that we do not have refineries. What we have a dump site. A dump site called refinery, where every year they send money there for turnaround maintenance, and the money is shared among some elites in the NNPCL and those in government, and this same money is extorted from the government coffers and shared among individuals. So it is a shame that the country is so blessed with natural mineral resources, we don't have a workable refinery. Rather, we rally around the Dangote refinery as a country, which is a shame. If one man, an investor, can invest and build that kind of massive refinery in Lagos, then I wonder how come the Warri refinery is not working. Port Harcourt refinery is not working, Kaduna refinery is not working, and even the modular refinery they promised us, they are not even working. Also,
all right,
the market, get the refineries to function, and you see the economy will boost itself. Because you agree with me, from crude oil production, you have diesel, you have PMS petrol, you have kerosene, you have hydraulics, you have grids that used to produce that, and that's also the booster for the economy. You have engine oil and all of that.
Okay, thank you very much, comrade. One of the things that the Tinubu administration has been applauded for lately, or that it has been receiving lots of accolades for in some quarters in Nigeria lately, is the drop in the prices of food commodities. You know, some persons have been saying, you know, the prices of food stuff have reduced in the market and all of that. And, you know, this administration has been getting lots of applause for that. But, you know, what do you make of the, should I say, the sharp drop in that? Because now it seems like, you know, the prices are skyrocketing. Do you think there was ever a change? Or do you think the prices dropped at any point? Or do you think it was just a fluke and people were just making a fuss out of nothing?
Yes, I will agree with that assumption, because during the good season, the price of commodities dropped. For example, the price of rice happens to be one of the major commodities being consumed by Nigerians at that Yuletide season, and even thereafter. The price of the rice dropped. But the price, you see, the price of accommodation did not drop. The price of transportation did not drop. The price of raw materials did not drop for those building. The price of the dollar exchange rate dropped a bit. And you agree with me that it's not because the administration did something to make the dollar drop. it is the real politics, the power politics being played in the international community among the League of Nations, the US, the China, battling a legal tender supremacy. That's what brought about the drop of the dollar. Not the Nigerian factor. The Chinese yuan trying to penetrate the market to acquire the dollar. The dollar also trying to gain force into the market as well. And those issues brought about the shortfall in exchange rate. Not that we did any magic in Nigeria. No. So I will agree that there was a shortfall of price of commodities during the Yuletide season. But thereafter, it's only food. Transportation is still where it is. Rentage keeps going up. So the ripple effect was not highly felt. The countries some years ago were blessed with food that we export to other neighboring countries. But today we import even food commodities into Nigeria. Because we failed to tackle the insecurity that the devil does not cannot go to the front freely and come back freely. So I think as a nation, we are not ready yet. When we're ready, we will know.
Okay, Comrade Kelvin. Now, amidst all of this, a lot of questions to be asked. Take you back to what happened over the weekend in Imo State, Nigeria, where we had President's son, Seyi Tinubu, his wife, and other host members of the City Boys movement. Of course, they went there on an empowerment scheme program, and we saw what happened afterwards, how it turned out to be a disaster between the Village Boys movement and the City Boys movement. I honestly do not know how they came up with that interesting slang, but looking at it holistically and from your own human rights angle, why do you think Nigerians reacted the way they did, with a lot of persons struggling for whatever they can get and making it a charade of the whole event in particular?
Condemn that act of the Village Boys, as so ascribe their name. You do not attack your political opponent because they come to do an empowerment scheme in your area. I believe when ADC members also attacked in Edo State also, I also condemn that act on my personal platform. You see, we must not use legality to correct illegality. The best mechanism would be to get ability and vote right. Not going to attack people that come to empowerment because they're possibly because it's president's wrong. It's wrong because whether you like to know, there are people there that need those items at the same time for empowerment. There are people that also need them to survive. So you go in there to hijack the process and that's it.
But can we also likely say that some of the Nigerians who did what they did that because of the poor standard of living in Nigeria? Could that be the case? Comrade Kelvin, can you hear me? So it seems we're having a bit of technical glitch with Comrade, but we'll try to regain connectivity with him. But the conversation is on, really, with a lot of Nigerians still having to react to what happened over the weekend in Imo State and saying perhaps it's because of how bad things has gotten to right here in Nigeria. That's why we see them do what they do in Imo State. Harry, what do you make out of it?
Well, a hungry man is an angry man. So I wasn't surprised when that incident played out in Imo State, though it seemed like a political charade, but that was just Nigerians expressing themselves, expressing the current state of their minds. Okay, you cannot come, it's just like a mockery. I think that a lot of persons, the Village Boys saw it as a mockery, of the average Nigerian. So they came out to express how they felt. As much as I joined the comrades to condemn the act of violence that was perpetrated in that event, well, like I said, a hungry man is an angry man. We hope that going forward such an incident does not repeat itself, because it never ends well.
But interestingly, there were those who actually did state that it was just a clear case of Nigerians taking what belongs to them, what rightfully belongs to them, and that's why we saw what we did see there. Yes,
like I said, when someone is, just like when a goat is pushed to the wall, it's really no news that Nigerians know what their right is. They know what rightfully belongs to them, like you said. And if it's not coming to them the expected way, then I guess the right thing to do, or should I say what they deem right to do, is to take it by force. So I guess that was what's actually panned out there. Like I said, this is not in any way intended to applaud violence or to encourage it, but you know, it's a call on our leaders to do the needful, just so we're able to forestall such situations going forward.
Of course. Well, we'll quickly take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to the final part of the conversation. Please stay with us.
Have you back. It's still this morning on ITV, and we're right here in our Benin studio. Now, Anu, back to the maid conversation. Do you think these 154,000 naira increase negotiation is going to see the light of day, or it's just another one of our hula baloo that will end up not making any impact at the end of the day?
Well, this is Nigeria, and you never can tell until you get to, voice whatever it is, whatever demands it is that you're making, and that is what NLC is trying to do. But let's move over to our guest who is back with us, Comrade Kelvin Ejimidil. Thank you so much for rejoining. Now, I'll also push that question to you. Do you think it's going to make the light of the day, or you just feel it's one of labor unions' charade of being, because over time here in Nigeria, the labor union have been tagged as a toothless dog that only gets to back, and we don't even feel the impact. Nigerian citizens do not feel the impact of who they are and what they do. Please go ahead.
Yes, I think it's a wake-up call by the NLC. Though over the years we've not felt their impact. They always cry wolf at the 11th hour. They back out with the press release from CUC and NLC. But I think in this one, I must give them kudos. It's a wake-up call, because certainly it's biting hard on all workers, both the private sector and the government sector. And I think this is a wake-up call. And the government must give them a little ear. If we can lavish money around for travel, expense, and all of that, then the very people that put their services, they put their boots on the foot, they should be able to work at that for, because working for 35 years at the end of the day, what do they have to show? Nothing. So I think 104,000 naira for me is even small. I would have employed labor to go for 200,000 naira bargain, because the 154, government will tell you they can't pay 154, government still wants to negotiate it down. It's better when you negotiate with the federal government, take your slave high, so at the end of the day you put at the benchmark and have an equilibrium. I think it's still light of the day, because everybody's feeling the heat.
All right, comrade, 154,000 naira. Now, to some persons, that might be asking for too much. But do you think this is the last bus stop, or it's a case of Oliver Twist that is always asking for more? Do you think it will get to a certain point again where we might want to review that one and demand for another increase?
The very constant thing in life is change. Change, this is a constant phenomenon. As long as human life evolves, and I think it's evolved these days, we must revisit the minimum wage issue, because what you pay for renting in 2026, for example, is not what you're going to pay in 2028.
True.
The cost of leaving your house to your workplace in 2026 might be different from the cost in 2028. So as each day evolves, as society evolves, certainly the paycheck also rise up. Because you agree with me that, for example, 10 years ago, coming from Lagos to Lagos, for example, was up to let's say 1,500 or maybe 90. But today, going from Benin to Lagos, you know what the price is. And you stop at Ore and see one or two there, you know the price of what you buy there. Don't say you buy 500 banana in Ore, it takes you from everywhere it's $2. But today you don't even have banana 500 anymore. So that's why the society has evolved, and things also have evolved. So the government, it's just an aberration that our government doesn't plan for next generation. In the same time, the labor that will require. As production keeps growing, on government keeps looking at the production and say, okay, that's why the amount to go for labor. That's why the amount to go for HMO. You project as event of both, you project. You see, only in Nigeria our pictures are docile.
Okay.
2020 came, there was not 2020, there was $1 billion go came, nothing to show for $1 billion go. Now we are 2026, they are planning for 2050. And 22 comes, the Nigerian government will have nothing to show for it.
All right, Comrade Calvin. Now, another major question that we should also turn our attention to and look at is the one regarding governance. Do you think governance has taken a back burner right now in Nigeria? Now, I ask this question because it's a couple of months down to the 2027 general election, and the only thing we are seeing and hearing from the government is as regards politics, as regards campaigning, as regards what political parties should be doing. Just recently, the federal government has ordered persons in government now who have intentions for running for election in 2027 to resign on or before March 31st. So all we hear now is the election, opposition parties even clamoring for their own bit of the national cake. So has governance taken a back burner? Do you think the government is even aware that it's the way it is right now with Nigerians?
Yes, they are aware. They read the news, they have social media, they have aides, they report back to them. They see the handwriting. Their colleagues from the international community also give them a feedback. They see how our nation has been ridiculed among the global League of Nations. So they see all of this. But you know, a wicked leader will always be a wicked leader. A leader that lacks empathy for his people, there's no way you can change it. When a leader lacks empathy, then he gives priority to what they think to. All of them hustle and bustle, election, propaganda, coming up with different theories and all of that, to counterclaim, backlash, front and back center. It's because all they are concerned is to retain power. But I bet you all of them will not be voted back. Nigerians are wiser than they think Nigerians are aware before now. A whole lot of them, that's why they are aware. They know certainly, that's why they are scared of the electoral transmission. Because if it scales through, 80% of politicians will not go back. 80% won't go back. Because we keep putting the blame to President Tinubu. What about the state governor? What about the senators, as a member, local government chairman? The money they get now as people. The president does not hold back their money. He puts the money to them as it comes from federal location. He gives them their money. They fail to do the needful. They are okay with their families being abroad, travel abroad to see their families. They've given them dual citizenship. They let the country burn for all they care. But they fail to understand that there's no place like home.
Right.
And the time will come whereby the one solace in this country, they will not have the solace in this country that they see.
Now, at this point, what do you think Nigerians should do moving forward on the final note?
Let's come together. Let's hold our leaders accountable. For example, you have a local government chairman, form a forum of people in your local government, go to his office and ask, we want to see your scorecard for 1 year. Give them demand. Your state governor, give them demand, but we must come together, because if we don't come together, you can't push through. When everybody's talking, nobody's talking. So people must form forum in their communities, in their states, in their local government, and hold these leaders accountable. Leave your state, go to Abuja, meet your senator representative there. That sir, we came here, your people are here. We want to know, why have you not done extra projects that you promised to do, and let us know how much has come to your focus from the government. You see senators sharing wheelbarrows to people for empowerment program. Talking to Okada, go and write for what kind of empowerment is that? So they cannot build a tech hub to train 1,000 youth to learn tech, cyber security, push them into health sector to learn midwifery and nursing. So it's appalling that we still live in an era that the world has passed. So they act like they don't know what's obtainable. They know what's obtainable. You see them going abroad, standing by their children when they graduate from law school, medicine, and other good courses to go abroad. But yet, they will tell you after to go to hell. But sooner than they have to say, a revolution might start in this country that will not have a leader. If they keep playing politics with the life of people, if people die every day, they don't make remarks on it, no empathy. Our military men are being compelled to fight on a hungry stomach, no welfare package for their family. the ones that they are put have been invested also in the battlefield, then we have a lacuna. And when the people have nothing to report back to, they fall back and take law into their hands. I pray that not happen in Nigeria, where we now be in a state of anarchy.
All right, thank you, Comrade Kelvin. Now, you made mention of empathy on the part of the government of the day. Now, do you think the federal government is willing, or has, or from your observation of their body language, do you think they are willing to come to the negotiating table, especially with 154,000 naira at stake?
You see, the president you have is a smart politician. He will come to the negotiation table. He knows that the atmosphere is very tense, and from all quarters, Nigerians are agitated. They are angry. So he doesn't want there to be an unrest in the country, because we've seen what has played out in other countries of the world. If an unrest breaks out in this country at the moment we are now, I'm telling you, we do not have the security to even contain it, because he will down against the ball. And that are exhausted, they are overstretched, they breach their limit. A lot of them have crossed the Rubicon. Any little trigger, they are best. So I don't President Tinubu will come to the same table. He's never just ask you going forward, because he would want them to say whose side, or no work, no pay agenda. I want to know that will work. At this point in time, it will work.
Speaking about Nigerians being overstretched, one of the major quality that has been accrued to a lot of Nigerians, and Nigerians in particular, is adaptability. A situation where we're just quick to adapt to any situation, any circumstances, and then we'll move forward and act as if nothing is even going on. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad quality to have?
It's a bad quality to have, because in the local parlance, they say suffer all the sweet. The local parlance tell you that suffer all the sweet person. You know, suffering is not a sweet tale for one to experience. So why we want the close side, even in it, when you know the government of the day, they've sworn on oath to deliver the government to us. So in all of this, Nigerians, I think we got it from Christianity. When missionaries came at that moment, they told us to be, to bear, to persevere, to get better, Christ endured, suffering to the cross, and all of that. So that ideology over the years has been inside of us. We saw a country whereby they increased the price of bread in Tunisia at that time, and it led to a full-scale protest in the country. Ordinary bread, and they increased the price of bread. We saw the other country, they banned people using the wheelbarrow to up. And it's using put fire on himself and inflame his body. That's tell you how people are a bit frustrated. But in Nigeria, because the product Christianity, we must be Christ-like, we must be peaceful. If they slap in this cheek, turn the other cheek, let them slap the other cheek, forgive seven times. So we are not used to this courage of hunger. That some of us people see hunger as a sort of a step through life. Some call it midlife crisis, some call it end-life crisis, and all of that. They give it different kind of narrative, and those were foreign from the British, who at that time told us, using indirectly to rule us, you beat us by this time, give us bread at night.
All right, thank you, comrade.
We've been tailored and wired to see it like it could get better. Like the song of Oyeta Wood of Blessed Memory. One day it goes better. And that one day to get better. We've not seen that one day.
All right. Thank you so much, comrade. Now, I'd like to ask this. If you were to project the future, if you were to examine what's going on right now, do you think if there is a stalemate, let's say the federal government and the Labour are not able to reach an agreement on this particular issue, do you see a protest following this?
Yes, I see a protest coming. If the federal government fails to listen to the plight of Labour, it's going to lead to the full-scale protest. Because right now, even we as CSOs, we're going to join the protest as well. Because I'm used to one state, I'm used to all. I'm a state actor. That doesn't mean I won't be the plight of my people. If it warrants my office and the people, I'm going to leave my office and stick with the people. Because governors will come and go, but the people stay the pattern. So when people are being put to the wall and say and leave them, who is there? Then people tell you that without the people, there's no government. Globally, without the population, without the people, there's no government. You can't sit on a seat and say you're ruling the people where the people are not with you. But I don't see the 104,000 scaling through, but I know they're going to negotiate. They're going to negotiate, and some level of increment will be done in that regard. But I'll beg Labour not to sell out the struggle the way they always do, or go and collect palliative from the back and say that they're sharing rights to teachers, they're sharing rights to government workers, to pushing it. But we don't pushing the effect. Increase the minimum wage. Let only them put their own effect by themselves. Don't go and give them rights or spaghetti or ground and say you are putting the effect of hunger. Let pay them the minimum wage as agreed by Labour, increase the minimum wage, and ensure the welfare of workers and all of that is carried along. Because the money they spend to renovate houses, to buy street of cars, you keep wondering how much will it cost to build a third village in all 36 states. The phones you're using, the phones I'm using now, we don't even have an internet of our own. And that doesn't have an internet of our own. We create the satellite from other countries to do our own thing. So what is tomorrow to shut us down? Your country will be in disarray.
Okay, Comrade Calvin. A lot of things has been said, but what would be your passing words to the federal government, to the citizen in Nigeria, and also the labor union as well?
My party wants to Nigerians first and foremost is this: we must hold our leaders accountable. We also must be also patriotic, because a country you do not love cannot give that increase to you. We as citizens also have a role to play. We must be patriotic to our country, Nigeria, and our leaders must be sensitive to the plight of the people. They must know that politics is not the way it was played 10 years ago. People are wiser, they are smarter, and they are more informed than they were prior before now. So those gimmicks that they use over the years, coming with the same manifesto, rebranding from manifesto, fresh air, fresh breath, fresh down of that, it's not going to work anymore. The people must feel the best of governance at the lowest level. The councillor must represent very well, the government chairman must deliver their quota, as for the members of reps, senators and all of that, then the governors and the president. Everyone must walk the talk. Because when we don't walk the talk, there's a lacuna between governors and the people. And when that happens, there'll be a shortfall of law and order inside. So I think going forward, the presidency must sit up, and also the EFCC and ICPC, they must sit up as well. Because the impunity that politicians to steal is because the EFCC are not doing their job, they are corrupt. If the EFCC go after these politicians, I lie you not, they will be scared to steal this money from government companies. But today, people steal with ease. And the next thing they come and tell people that they don't want to flip again, to say they are losing those things, give the government, return after the government and take up. Who's money? Attack class money, want to flip again for us? No. They should make to return all the money they are so and rot in jail.
Right.
That's the only way you can serve parents for other people.
Well, thank you so much, Comrade Calvin Ejemidil, SSA to the Delta State Governor on Human Rights. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for having me, my pleasure.
Yeah, we can only hope that things eventually get better in Nigeria. Well, that's our bit this morning right here in Benin. We'll quickly take a short break, and when we return, more would be on for you. Please stay with us.
Thanks for staying with us. We're still on TMI this beautiful morning on I am Marcelina Umkwo. And our guest this morning that would be helping us analyze into this topic is Dr. Sam Wasinda. He is a political analyst. Hello, good morning, Dr. Sam.
Good morning. Thanks for having me this morning.
And thank you so much for coming. So there are reports that the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has directed members of his cabinet and key appointees who are nursing governorship or other electoral ambition ahead of 2027 to either resign or clearly declare their intention. What means interest, early 2027 realignment, and internal party control signal to opposition. And this has gotten a lot of persons talking. Is this about discipline or political strategy? strategy, Dr. Sam?
Okay, you know, if you follow the political trend, you will know that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not the first to give this directive. At some point, Goodluck Jonathan did that. That's around 2014/2015 in preparation of the 2015 election. And then Muhammadu Buhari did the same by 2019. And then 2022, when he was preparing for his second term. So for me, I see that as a strategy, not about the system, you know, runs easily. What do I mean by that is as simple as when you declare your intention, it's better for you to be able to that time to go and we're able to go and prepare for what is coming, and then it helps the government also to strategize. So it's two things. Either about governance, 2027 presidential election. So, do you think it's too early to be talking about 2027? I mean, it's just next year, but do you think it's too early talking about 2027? Well, if we're talking about too early from now, I don't think it is, but I think 2027 started when this ruling party came into power. As soon as the declaration of the new president emerged, the next thing for me, their focus was 2027, because everything was geared towards that direction. So it's way early as per the time the government. So the preparation, the campaigns and everything started as far back as some 3 years ago. So I think we're just getting to the climax of the election preparation. But for me, what is to remember it way much before now. But I think we also have a lot of problems in our hands, and Nigerians the government should rather concentrate in making those things straight. Otherwise, to resign or make their intentions known. Do you think it's appropriate for ministers to begin positioning for 2027 while still holding executive office? Well, for me, like I think so. Okay, let's talk about APC. I mean, we are talking about APC. Could this trigger internal crisis within the APC? Do you see this trigger? Do you think it could is given to them. You don't expect such people to be quiet because they already envisage and believe that this turn is most likely to be their turn. And so if now they have to give some certain because the ruling party is, but Nigeria, when God Nigeria, with the sanitation that is going on, people are beginning to get aware more and more. And that is why we keep telling Nigeria, and I will tell them, if they bring it, collect it. Because it's your money. It's your tax money. Collect it, eat it, and vote your conscience. Don't say no, collect it. Collect it, the next man is going to collect it. And that's why I said, if they bring it to me, I'm going to gladly collect it. If they even want to have a photograph with me, I will take the photograph with them. But my photograph does not in any way means my vote. Do you understand? I will still go ahead and vote my conscience. And that is what I want to encourage Nigeria to do this morning. If they bring anything to you, from irrespective of the party, please collect it and vote your conscience. Because what they are giving you is to take your right and still go ahead and vote your conscience.
Interesting. What they're giving you is your right. Take your right and vote your conscience. We saw the president's son a few days ago, you know, I mean, of course, as his father, I would want to campaign for him. It said, I mentioned, it said, please give my father time. I mean, he's fixing the crack walls. I would say you should give him more time. And a lot of Nigerians on the comment section, they said, you know, the 3 years he has been there, what has he done? You're supposed to be showing us workings and not just coming out to tell us that, oh, give him more time. He's trying to fix the crack walls. You know, if you give him more time, he would do better and all of that. And Nigerians didn't find it funny at all. What would you have to say about that?
You see, one thing about this country and the people of Nigeria is that we are one of the simplest, most easygoing people. But when you take us to be fools and cowards, then you will see the other side of Nigeria, and that is where we are heading to. If the current government is actually fixing the crack wall, they don't need to come to tell us. We will see that crack walls are being fixed.
Okay.
So you got to be patient. No, if you are doing well, Nigerians will know. We always want to come for you and stand by you and insist that you must be the one because they have seen, you know, the level of continuity. I'll give you an example, like the current governor of Abia State. You could see, even though, but you could see the weight of the majority. Why? Because they could sense and feel dividends of democracy.
Governor Alex Otti.
Of course. And you could see how people keep talking about him. Even in skits, they use him for skits, and when they are talking about good governance, they make references to that. Nigerians are not fools. We are not cowards. We are not animals. Even though the politicians are making take time to make us think so, but we know ourselves as not. So once something is right, we know how to align ourselves behind it. Do you understand me? So this is the position of this. So one of the reasons why you see that he's having a back reaction is because what he's saying is not adding up to Nigerians. So if the president, his father is fixing the crack wall, we are not blind. See that the crack walls are being fixed. The crack wall is the security. At every cup, there's just one news overnight that is waiting for us in the morning. And you see, the irony and the sad part of it is that it will have gotten to the point where even the people in government do not really say much about it. It just happened and no comment. It's just like, is it not 25 or is it not 30 that just died? That's how I feel that they feel. Because you hardly hear them say something. You hear anything and I just like, okay, so thing happened, over 500 people died.
Do you know that just saw the video came out to say he doesn't believe in bandits, that there's no bandits, no banditry, especially in Abuja, that it's calm, safe, that he doesn't believe in it. And a lot of persons were saying about concerning that particular video that, I mean, because, you know, you're always moving with security, your children are always moving with security. It hasn't come to you, you haven't experienced it yet, so that's why you're thinking and you have this feeling that there's no, or your thoughts in your mind that there's no bandits, no banditry, that everywhere is safe and peaceful, especially in Abuja.
Okay, for me, I have not watched the video, but I can tell you that that tells us the kind of people we have in government. The level of the insensitivity. Telling you that he's under a siege, and you are telling him it's not true. when you are not in the position where he is, common sense would have told you to look at that direction and see why the people are reacting or why the people are speaking the way they are speaking. But when you now begin to make them feel like they are the one don't know what they are saying, there is banditry, they are experiencing they are victim of banditry, and you are coming as a government that your primary assignment to secure liberty, and you have held them is not thing them really from every means who watch shine their eyes to know that this is the kind of people that we have there, and that we should know what this kind of people. Somebody whose family is killed by bandits, you are coming to tell him that there is no banditry. You are coming to tell him that there is no Boko Haram. You are coming to tell him that there is no insurgency. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. Somebody like me, you can't tell me that because my elder sister husband was killed by Boko Haram. So will you come and tell me that Boko Haram?
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you. Will you come and tell me that there's nothing like Boko Haram when he was killed by Boko Haram? That's what I'm trying to say. It just tells you that these guys, they are just after the next re-election, and if they have the opportunity, they just want to keep recycling in power forever, and that is what they're after. And anything outside that, it doesn't make sense to them, it doesn't add up to them. So they don't feel the things about Nigeria, they don't feel okay. I just learned that West President went to Borno after the issue of the Susa bombing. When? But he has been in the country. In fact, the same day they were sending a congratulatory message to one of the governors. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, the president sent service chiefs down there.
Now, does it cost him? I had somebody, I think even this morning on my way here, he was saying that the president is not the one that went and threw the bomb there. It's making any sense. Must he be the one to throw the bomb before he show sympathy to people who are victims by virtue of his swearing in was to protect life and property, and now lives and properties are being destroyed, and then somebody is coming to say he's not the one that threw the bomb? Doesn't make any sense. So for me, Nigerians should shine their eyes, so like I said, and make their decisions. If this is what they want to live with for another 4 years, it's up to Nigerians if they are okay with it. But right back and just feel that it's already won. So it's one of the manipulative statements, and every move these people are making should point to Nigerians that this is what you should expect. There's not going to be any change. For somebody to come of that level to say he doesn't believe in banditry, it tells us that the kind of people that we have in our system.
Okay, let's talk about the ministers foresee high resignation in the I mean, the president already told them to resign. So do you foresee any high-profile resignation in coming weeks?
Well, possibly, like I said, I'm sure by now, after the president gave the directive, I want to believe that some of them have started weighing the options and then start to see their chances, because this particular 2020 election is different from every other election. Why I said that is because we have somebody who is interested and who is intentional about retaining power, and he can go to any length to ensure that he gets it done. So you need to really watch his body language to be sure if you leave the cabinet, you may have the chance, particularly if he also has somebody in mind that probably he wants that will also hit. So your resignation could be high risk. So I think high-profile politicians might, but for now I think they are really weighing their options to be sure that this move will favor them. Like I said, of this particular different from, because they're so interested, and not just interested in the position, it's interested in every part of the political seats, and that is the correct.
So at this point, they are weighing their options.
So they have in their option, that I know. We might and we might not know. So they have to look at the advantage properly before they make that move.
Okay, they need to look at it properly, the move. This move reassurance that government remains the priority.
You see, government remains the priority, but like I said, if a life and system permits, I don't think this is the kind of Nigerians is a priority. Nigerians don't think this is a system. And how do I mean? This is government. Don't let the master systems. I don't want them to deal with me. You know, don't forget that this is the system. You can even come into governance and you can govern. So there's no, Nigeria has than to respect the law and the policy that is on ground, which has to be through this means. Like I said, you can the fact that a politician that for ruling, for me, whatever they are doing, Nigerians need to check it and check it and check it over and over and over again, so that they can be very sure and that this thing is exactly what we think it is. Otherwise, the more you see, the more you look, the less.
So the Nigerians really need to look at it very well to be sure. I mean, these people, they are our leaders to be trusted.
Of course, but unfortunately, the trust time. You could even issue an element.
Okay.
That was even obvious. There have been several, but this one was obvious. That the people are asking for that transmission. The people. And then you could sit in the house, even while the people were outside. And you could still come to say, okay, we'll give you, but we are also adding this to it. And the people sit and no, don't add it to it, leave it at that. But you still went ahead. And in less than 24 hours, you passed it into law to make it stand. It shows that the Nigerians have been, you will be, they don't trusted you. And that was why they could come. There were other options. Other the options could have. But Nigerians choose the way of peace by going through a peaceful protest. Even with the reaction from some of the security agencies at some point, tear-gassing them, but they still maintain that conduct to ensure that they come and and why that was not trust the people, but our that trust. So that is where the problem begins. So this current government that are in power now they have to work extra time if they must gain the trust of Nigeria. But unfortunately, I don't know if within the time available they'll be able to make that happen. But Nigerian trust on this government is being betrayed. In fact, a common man in the street, every day you wake up, everybody in my area, everybody you wake up, when you see two people talking, I can tell you they spend 5 minutes, 4 minutes, they are talking about Nigeria. Every 5 minutes people stand together to talk, 4 minutes is Nigeria. So almost everybody now has become analysis. They're analyzing what's going on, what could be the next possible. Some of them are fears. Some of them are expressing their anxiety, their expectation. They don't even know what will happen next. That's because the government is no longer trusted. Not because they don't want to trust the government, but at every time they trust the government betrays their trust.
Wow. Interesting. Okay, tell me about the electoral transmission of results. You know, the citizens, according to him, facing cases of networks and all, you know, in case the electronic transmission of results fails, will fall back to manual. And the people, at the same time, I've had guests in the studio, you know, that said that they agreed with, you know, that electoral act. I mean, according to them, there are some places that there's no lights, no network. You know, if network glitches, the mid-mentioned network phase, you know, are you people be able to eat in the? And at the same time, Nigerians, they're scared that what if results is being manipulated, you know, before it's been uploaded, if they're using manual? What would you have to say? What is your take?
You see, every time I hear this, I get angry by the day. You know why? Somebody collected money and assure us that this system that he has introduced cannot fail. Several times he has appeared in media houses, engage journalists to confirm to assure Nigerians this cannot fail. Now, in election, I started. We didn't have any exception one way. Nobody head has gone for it. Nobody is punished for it. And then you want me to still trust you that what you are saying is making sense? Let's fast forward. The budget, the current budget for the next election is more than what we had before. And this was also included. If you know this will fail, why are you also creating a budget for it? It doesn't make sense. It does not make any sense. They told us once you upload it, all of us are at one point or the other, somehow, we are using things that uses transmission. One of it is your phone. Sometimes I send you a message, you are not online or there is no network. It will definitely deliver. Also confirm to us, once it is uploaded, once you get to where there is network, it will automatically send it forward. So what is the fear?
Okay, so what should Nigerians do at this point? Or what should the government do to gain the trust of Nigerians?
For me, I don't know what the government will be able to do to trust, to regain back the trust of Nigeria, because at every time they made every singular move, Nigerians are feeling betrayed by every move they made. So my message this morning will be to Nigerians. Let's stay focused and then decide what we want and go through the process that the system has provided and then choke the process with our numbers. Like I said, we are talking about over 200 million Nigerians. And so if we have such people and then come out in mass to vote, please, I can assure you that we can overrun these people.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Sam Wasinda, for your time, for helping us analyze to this topic. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you, all our viewers. Thank you, Nigerians, for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on CMI. I am Marcelina. We would be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI.
Morning to you and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. Residents of Akoko Edo local government area are witnessing renewed efforts to improve road infrastructure as the council chairman, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshonogwe, has commenced the grading of Oloma Road along the Okbe axis. Oluwafemi Farayola has details.
The road grading project is part of ongoing initiatives aligned with the development agenda of Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo, aimed at promoting grassroots development and inclusive governance. Speaking on the development, the council chairman, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshonogwe, said the road grading exercise is a practical step toward easing transportation challenges and boosting economic activities within the area. He noted that the exercise began shortly after the distribution of construction equipment to all 18 local government areas by the Edo State government. According to him, the council's works department has been directed to ensure that all internal roads across the locality are graded before the onset of the rainy season in a bid to enhance accessibility and support local businesses.
We are flagging off this grading exercise across the tier wards in the local government. We are starting from the local headquarters Igara. We are going to get across to all the communities in Akoko Edo. We are going to touch all the roads that need grading. We're also going to reach out to all the farm roads so that our farmers can easily convey their farm produce to the market. We sincerely appreciate His Excellency on behalf of the good people of Akoko Edo local government for this developmental stride, and we use this equipment judiciously.
The grading exercise is not limited to Oloma Road. Other affected areas include Lawani Junction, Inigara, Second Lawani Junction, Idiba Street, areas opposite Old Area 1, along Momodu Ajayi Road, Ugbogbo Quarters, Uta Quarters, and the Rest House Junction. Residents have expressed optimism that the intervention will significantly improve movement and overall living conditions in the communities. For many, this marks a step in the right direction towards sustainable infrastructure development at the grassroots level. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
And the Edo State government says it will synergize with entertainers in the state as a way of harnessing the creative potential of its youths. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idausa, stated this during the courtesy visit by state entertainers at Government House, Benin City. Deborah Ubefo has more.
A delegation of Edo-based entertainers from the 18 local government areas of the state, led by the Director of Entertainment and Creative Economy, Ambassador Solomon Okosun, popularly known as MC Alamano, visited Government House, Benin City on a familiarization with the state government. Solomon Okosun used the meeting to highlight the role of entertainment in youth empowerment, economic development, and possible areas of collaboration.
These are creative because we know we have done a lot of things in this grade that went viral all over the world. That is why we are here. This is what we are doing. This is what we are feeding from. So we government back in, I know we do a lot. And I come up with a proposal to see how we can also help us to look into this where creative can assess soft law to work and then we return.
Receiving the entertainers, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa said the Monday Okpebholo-led administration is committed to partnering with entertainers to promote culture, create jobs, and boost the state's creative industry.
The administration of distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo is ready to work and to develop the talents that we have here in Edo State. I really appreciate you and the executive. We are very, very grateful for this courtesy visit. I will discuss with the executive governor of our dear state and revert to you in no distant time.
The deputy governor also assured stakeholders in the creative industry of sustained engagement and increased collaboration.
The next thing we are going to do is to meet with you, have interactive section, and see some of the challenges that you are going through. And Edo State government will partner with you to ensure that those challenges will provide solutions to them.
In Government House, Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
Elders, women and youths of Uruho community in Bubauka local government area have extended their heartfelt condolences to the Benin royal family over the passing of late Prince Augustine Agwabasimi, who died at the age of 73. In a statement signed by the Uzokbo of the community, Pa Matthew Agbonlaho, the elders described the late prince as a respected and illustrious figure whose life was marked by service, honor, and dignity. He noted that the prince's demise is a great loss not only to the royal family, but also to the entire Benin kingdom. Pa Agbonlaho expressed deep sorrow over the passing, adding that the prince's death has created a significant void within the kingdom. The Ozukbo further pledged that the Uruho community will stand in solidarity with the Benin royal family throughout the burial rites of the late prince. He also prayed that God grants the royal family the strength and fortitude to bear the irreparable loss, assuring them of the community's unwavering support during this period of mourning. And to other stories where traders across Benin metropolis, particularly at Kara Market and Jos Adun Market in Aduawa, have raised concerns over low patronage at the Eid al-Fitr celebration approaches. Patience Usarugua reports that contrary to expectations of increased commercial activity during the festive season, customer turnout has remained significantly low.
Our visit to several markets within the metropolis revealed that the prices of essential food items such as rice, tomatoes, fresh pepper, onions, vegetables, groundnut oil, spices, and other commodities have remained relatively stable despite the recent increase in the pump price of petrol. Some traders attributed the low patronage to prevailing harsh economic conditions, which they say have reduced customers' purchasing power.
Since morning when I shade, I never said anything.
Like leave, what would they buy? 10,000 before. Now 14, 15. The one when I buy this morning now, they're not buy.
Nobody's buying anything. I'm just here watching my phone. Patience is low.
Meanwhile, dealers in livestock, including sheep, cows, and goats, also expressed concern over the low demand for protein sources typically associated with the festive period.
The people are complaining about the issue of finance. The people are complaining about financial stress, but the people are still trying their best to buy their market.
Alhaji Muhammad Sosa, the Sarki Fulani of Edo State, who was at the market to purchase a cow for the Eid celebration, lamented the high cost of livestock.
One cow, 2,100,000 naira. muna roƙo Allah ka kawo muna zaman lafiya a Najeriya.
In preparation for the Eid prayers, the Muslim prayer ground at Ipoba Slope has been cleared following the successful completion of the Ramadan fast.
Federal government declared Thursday 19th and Friday 28th as public holidays to allow the Muslims across the country celebrate the Eid al-Fitr. From Benin, I am Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
With over 4,000 police operatives and 2,000 personnel of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps deployed across Edo State, security agencies say they have intensified preparations ahead of the Eid al-Fitr celebrations. Jola Adeojo was there.
Addressing journalists, the public relations officer of the Edo State Police Command, ASP Eno Ikoredem, said officers have been strategically deployed to identify flashpoints across the state, especially recreational centers, as part of Salah security measures. She urged residents to remain law-abiding and warned individuals with criminal intentions to stay away from the state, stressing that the command is fully prepared to respond decisively to any threat to peace and security.
The command has made robust security plans before, during and even after the Salah celebrations. We've deployed over 4,000 personnel across the states. The Commissioner of Police Edo State Command, CP Monday Agbonika, advises the good citizens of Edo State to remain vigilant, law-abiding, go about your lawful businesses, and for the criminals out there who would want to take advantage of this period to cause any kind of menace during this celebration, our message for you is clear. We will get you, and the arm of the law will definitely catch up with you.
Meanwhile, the Edo State Commandant of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Akitayo Anila, in a statement, disclosed that 2,000 personnel have been deployed across the 3 senatorial districts. He added that area commanders and divisional officers have been directed to intensify patrols, strengthen intelligence gathering, and adopt proactive security measures within their jurisdictions. Both agencies have assured residents of adequate security during the festive period, urging the public to remain vigilant, law-abiding, and cooperative as emergency response lines will remain active throughout the Salah celebrations. From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
And that does it on ITV News for this time. Many thanks for watching. I am Harry Igboje. TMI Socials is next. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Edion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony. Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawaru Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated, according to tradition and customs. Those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Omonoba Nedo Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ipoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Emotan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
the Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV Certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Yeah.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Well, simply put, they say democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And so for us to have democratic government, it means it should be a reflection of the people's choices and, of course, what they demand that the government should do. And then we take our time to look at the Hobbesian pattern of life theory, looking at Thomas Hobbes, where he said, life becomes short, nasty, and brutish without a government. And then bring the government on board, it brings about the regulation of the society where everyone don't behave like animals, but as super animals. I mean, human beings, and it's humanistic tendency for government to regulate the affairs of the people. With this, I say welcome on board with me on a fresh episode of Law and You. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukbo. Well, before I introduce our guests for today, we are looking at the Electoral Act Amendment 2026 and looking at what came up with it, various arguments that have been around it. But just recently, IPAC did say that they could possibly not partake in the 2027 election, and reason being that the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment came with surprises that didn't really go down well with them. Looking at the aspect where direct primaries was recognized and indirect primaries
was not recognized. And IPAC did say that it is the prerogative of a political party to have indirect primaries, but that being taken is also a very big blow to the party, and that also form a basis for which they could be boycotting the election. Again, looking at the aspect of having a name and of course uploading it for you to become a member, to participate as a member in the elections, in the direct primaries at the political party level, IPAC also frowned against that will go a long way to disenfranchise Nigerians. And again, the very, very emphatic absence of the election results being transmitted electronically at every time is another basic challenge, where IPAC did say, for that reason, if these are not reviewed, then they may be boycotting the 2027 election. But what could be the legal implication of this? Don't forget, we always look at a way to bring about gray areas and put light, elucidate, so that we can be able to understand properly what it means. So what could be the legal implication of this if IPAC could go to the point where they execute that threat? Does it mean that the election will be seen as not valid? Well, discussing this with me is a legal luminary, Emmanuel Obagbolo. Big thanks for coming, Emmanuel.
It's a delight being here, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
It's quite awesome to have you as the choice to attend to this question, because we look at all of this, and could you tell us the background to what has been happening, of course, if IPAC has any implication to this 2027 election by the aspect of the boycott legally?
Well, first, what is IPAC? IPAC, I-P-A-C, Inter-Party Advisory Council. That is IPAC. So IPAC is the supposed advisory body to all political parties in Nigeria. Supposed. What I mean by saying that it is supposed, because most times the ruling party, both at the state level and federal level, once IPAC is not carrying out their dictates, they see IPAC as an opposition political party. That's what the ruling party does. So from that angle, you would agree with me that IPAC is a mere representative of all the political parties, exclusive the ruling political party. Now, IPAC has come up to say that the 2027 general elections, they may boycott it for certain reasons. And those reasons are reasons that are glaring to Nigerians. Those reasons are reasons that Nigerians have even tried to advocate to see how we could make our election better in 2027 than what we saw in 2023, with particular reference to the judgment of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, wherein the court opened our eye to make every one of us to understand that the supposed INEC rules and regulations were mere cosmetics and not laws as we intended them to be. So from that angle, you will see that there is absolute need for the Electoral Act to be able to capture the rules and regulations of INEC as laws, so that we will not hear we will not find ourselves in another situation where they could be pronounced again and again as mere cosmetics. Now, IPAC is saying that before now, each political party has the power to conduct indirect elections. But the Electoral Act, Section 84, subsection 2 just now, of the extant Electoral Act, does capture that the direct primaries is subject to the determination by each political party. So what it simply means is that that indirect primaries has been removed. So now IPAC is saying, no, you cannot do that. It ought to be, that is a veto responsibility of each political party in Nigeria. Why are you removing it? So you can see that everything is being piloted, everything is being guided, everything is being directed by the ruling political party. So that other political parties, like some persons will argue that there is no small political party, but I choose to use that language, other small political parties, as it is just now in Nigeria, will not have the life
to breathe. Okay, but before you take it to the political angle, let's exhaustively look at the legal aspect. Yeah, I'm coming to that. If IPAC can threaten to that extent, how valid will that threat be to the election?
I don't think the threat will hold water, because to my mind, there is no provisions of the law wherein the law states expressly that where 2, 3, 4 political parties do not take part in the elections, that election will be null and void. There's nothing like that. So IPAC is to my mind, is a toothless bulldog.
You mean it's empty?
Yes, absolutely empty. It's just a mere threat. If they try to see how we could reshape our electoral processes, how we could make our election to be elections that the people will be the one that determines who govern them. But we'll be able to see that the 10th National Assembly have conspired against the people of Nigeria. Wherein the politicians who are seated up there have decided that whether Nigerians like it or not, that they will determine how they come back and when they come back to take a mantle of leadership. That is what it means. Okay. So legally, I do not see any ground that IPAC is going to hold. Just like I was discussing with you off camera, if IPAC chooses to go to court now, that matter will run from the Federal High Court to the Supreme Court. Do we have that time just now to so do? You can see that the ruling party, the All Progressive Congress, started preparing for 2027 general elections upon the swearing in of the man called Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president of Nigeria. He started campaign at that instance, and their campaign has been on, and now IPAC, few months to the elections, IPAC is coming to say, oh, with what happened, with what transpired, with what the exercises we've seen, we've witnessed in this country, experienced in this country, that the election may not go well. The election may just toe towards the line of favoring the ruling political party, particularly the president, who is bent on coming back by hook or by crook. So you cannot see if that is the position. IPAC is now crying like a crying baby. To say, no, we don't want this to happen. We don't want this to be the case in the 2027 general elections, particularly the presidential election. So we want a change. But my question is, at the point where some Nigerians came out and started advocating for a new electoral act, for a new positions to be carried out by the electoral act, where was IPAC? Did they take part in the protest? Did they also submit their communique to the National Assembly? Yes, to say, this is what Nigerians want. This is what all the political parties in Nigeria want. We want this to be the position of the law. Did they take part? The answer is a no. But just like they've come out again, I see them as another Nigerian Labour Congress, the NLC, who will only come out to after some time. You will not hear the man called Joe Ajaero. He will go and keep silent. He will only be in one corner and start making threats, just as IPAC is doing just now. Then also, you look at the provision of section 77, subsection 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 6, wherein it said that for political parties to register their member, that the members must submit their national identification number. And I tell you, a few minutes ago, here in Benin, somebody who just went to change his relocation in INEC, with INEC, here in the local government, immediately he registered, they demanded for his NIN, and as he submitted it, before he got home, he got a text message rather, that you are now a valid member, a bona fide member of the All Progressive Congress. You can imagine that. So all of these are schemes towards rigging the 2027 general elections, particularly the presidential election, because the president is bent on coming back at all costs, either by crook or by hook. So the way we say now, look, IPAC as a body, is it a regulatory body to all political parties? The answer is a no. It's a mere advisory body. Now, is it recognized by law that where IPAC should be the one that should carry or regulate or motivate all political parties towards an election? The answer is a no. Neither the Constitution nor the Electoral Act recognize that fact. So, if that is the position, what is the legality in IPAC boycotting the 2027 general election? The answer is there is absolute no thing to benefit.
Let's come in this way, where you raised an eyebrow or disapproval of the position that IPAC is taking as regards their decisions just now to probably boycott the election if these are not reviewed, rather than, instead of doing that, as they should have been, all around the reviews while the processes were on before it now became a law or an act. Would you say the process through which this Electoral Act 2026 now became, came as providence, would you say is legally, did it meet the yearnings or did it meet the objectives of embracing public views before it became an act?
No, with the 10th National Assembly, there cannot be any law that will meet the yearnings of Nigerians. The lawmakers themselves, are doubly sure of the fact that if they don't twist the law to suit their whims and caprices, they cannot go back. They are aware of that fact. So what would they do? Is to see how they can skim the law. And unfortunately, any law that is skimmed remains a law, whether the law suits the yearnings of the people or not. But what they are after, these are men and women who are so determined to take this country to a ditch.
Well, let's not be political.
No, I'm not political.
I have another question for you, but before that, let's look at what the president said in response to IPAC's decision. The president is saying that, by the body language, that whatever IPAC is saying is just a mere threat. In the fact that he said, minority will have their say, but majority will basically have their way. He said he's a true Democrat. And all through the struggle, he's a diehard Democrat, that all of these democratic tendencies will live and die with him, in his words. So would you say, looking at what the president said in response to IPAC's, pronouncement, would you say that the president, democratically, looking at the books, is right?
The president is not a Democrat, and he knows that by himself. The president only pretended over the years to be a Democrat, and he was luckier to have gotten platforms which Democrats, as it were then, were assembled.
Okay, but I want you to criticize what he said when he said the minority will have their say, majority will have their way. Is that not the democratic line?
Majority cannot have their way with this president. We've seen it from the very first day, even before he was sworn in, or upon he was sworn in, right there with the wave of the palm, the man started a draconian policies. And today, we've seen all over the places. We saw drama yesterday in Imo, where some persons who say they are city boys, who are the ones carrying out the campaign for the president. As campaign started, as we act, people move for campaign. But already we see them sharing.
Sorry, I'm cutting it. I said that to say this. Looking at the direct primaries that was recognized and the indirect that wasn't recognized in the Electoral Act as amended, does it not show that direct primaries it has more democratic look as compared to that of indirect primaries? I want you to comment on that.
Look, Philip, the direct primaries that the law just now recognizes is to show the president's party, the All Progressive Congress, just want to show that they have the highest number of population in Nigeria. Are we going to have a Portuguese assembly where every voice, every member of the All Progressive Congress will have a voice in the determination of who becomes the party card carrying member?
But shouldn't democracy be all embracing? If you remember how I started, we know the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So shouldn't the people be well felt about democracy, in the sense that for you to do anything, it should be from them? At least the choices should come from them and not from a representative of the party.
Now I want to ask, the All Progressive Congress, is it the party members that are sponsoring the party, or a few persons are the ones sponsoring the party in the All Progressive Congress? How many members of the All Progressive Congress pays party dues? That is when we know who are the owners of the party. The owners of the party ought to be members of the political party.
We are not criticizing the All Progressives Congress, but we are looking at the benefits of direct primaries over indirect primaries. Which one has more democratic outlook?
It's part of the of the direct primary. The membership of the party. The party must belong to the people, the members. Is that the position just now? All of the political parties. That is not. So telling Nigerians or coming to deceive us again, to tell us that, oh, can't you see that it is a direct primaries that we have said, a kind of Portuguese assembly where everybody will come and say something. That is not the truth. The position is the parties should have choice on whether it should be direct or indirect. It should be a choice. It should be within the internal affairs of the party.
All right, thank you.
But removing it from the law and imposing a position on the political parties, is what we will not want.
In case you're just watching, is Law and You, and the topic is about IPAC's 2027 election boycott threat, and of course, addressing the legal implications. I am Philip Omo-Ogupo, and I've been discussing with Emmanuel Obakbalo. We'll take a short break. Do stay. Great to have you join us back. The program is still Law and You. Now, let's look at the possible changes that can be done between now and the 2027 election. We barely have 10 months. Looking at the plea or prayer of IPAC, do you see any way that it can be legally done if we have a window for reviews ahead of the 2027 election that could accommodate some of the demands of IPAC?
The position, the legality of any step that IPAC is going to take now, I do not see it, because IPAC themselves, I do not know whether they are dead serious with what they are pursuing.
So you don't see the reviews just now as possible before the 2027 election?
I do not see that. I only see a gimmick. I see IPAC acting a script by the ruling All Progressive Congress. That's what I see. So that Nigerians will think that they are doing something. Meanwhile, behind the back door, something is going on. So I don't see IPAC as an organization that is dead ready to carry out any function.
Okay, what you are saying actually, are you trying to mean that the threat is just a mere threat, but they won't even boycott the election, but an opportunity to take the attention of the All Progressive Congress?
Boycotting the election, of what legal impact will it make? Nothing. So it's an exercise in futility. It's just, like I did say, IPAC is only a mere toothless bulldog. That's what I see them as. They don't have any functionality to give. The president is the commander-in-chief, so to speak. The president is the one that will determine, by virtue of the provisions of the Constitution, and even the Electoral Act, a president that appoints INEC chairman, and you say IPAC should come and say what? Ordinarily, if we are in a sense society, it should have been IPAC that should nominate who becomes the INEC chairman. Yes, because IPAC is a conglomerate. It's an assemblage of political parties in Nigeria. Why didn't they sit down and say, okay, we are the ones that will say who becomes INEC chairman? But here we are, the president has appointed the INEC chairman, and the INEC chairman is already dancing towards the dictates of the president, and somebody is coming to tell me that we are IPAC, we are going to boycott the election 2027 general elections. If you boycott the election, of what legal impact does the law say where IPAC boycotts an election, that election will be null and void? None like that. There's no law. So it's a mere charade. It's a system where we see window dressing. You will just see them just as an assemblage of people. Maybe they just want to engage Nigerians. You know, the politicians we do have today know how to engage Nigerians. Here we are now. We are talking about them while they are busy doing their permutation behind closed doors.
All right. Well, some have said that with all of this development, there could be voter apathy, but we rather want to discourage that and make sure that the electorate participate fully in the forthcoming elections. With just 10 months, what do you see as a way that the electorate can on the 2027 election that will make it have a democratic outlook, that will make a demand on what the people really want, in spite of the lapses that we can perceive just now?
One, the president is already jittery. So the only way I see that the people of Nigeria can own this election is that INEC should be unbiased umpire. The election should be free, fair, credible, and all-inclusive. These 4 factors, if INEC can give Nigerians these 4 factors, then that the 2027 general election will say the election was determined by the people of Nigeria.
But don't forget the aspect of the negative trend we always have as regards vote buying. Can we say that there's a final goodbye to it just now?
Even if there is vote buying, these 4 factors, free, fair, credible, and all-inclusive, I bet you the All Progressive Congress cannot win the election.
Okay, well, let's look at the perception of the electorate as compared to that of 2023 elections, what transpired, and then the development just now. Do you see the possibility of the electorate projecting more into owning this election?
Yes, I see that happening, and that is why all of us, I inclusive, we have a lot of orientation to give to Nigerian electorates. Once the campaign has been licensed to open, to start by INEC, I think every one of us, this platform, thank God for ITV. ITV has been doing a very wonderful job. The management, they are wonderful. So they will give some of us platform to come and begin to educate Nigerians, because Nigerians need electoral education.
Big thanks for taking out time to be part of this, and we hope you oblige us in our subsequent episodes.
Thank you.
This month can take on the program Law and Your Way, interrogate the process and see how we can pound out another episode that will help to look into elucidating areas that seem shady before the public. I am Philip Omoro Gupo. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, King Charles and Queen Camilla host Tinubu and wife at Windsor, UK. Vice-President Shettima says no religion supports taking innocent lives. $6,000 security personnel deployed across Edo for Eid al-Fitr celebrations. Governor Okpebholo says Ramat Park flyover will boost socio-economic activities. Retired Dictator commends Lagos command over effective crime fighting. A beautiful evening to you. Amen. Thanks for joining us on ITV Network News from the Abuja Network Studio. Godwin Daily. And tonight from Benin, I have Oluwapo Stevens right there in the studio. Good
evening, Daily. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Also from Lagos Network Studio, I have Patricia on the line. Who Patricia?
Good evening, Daily. It's good to see you this evening.
It's good to see you too. We'll move straight to the news. The Vice President Kashim Shettima has expressed great death of 25 persons killed in multiple explosions in different locations across Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, on Monday. As State House correspondent Karata reports, the Vice spoke during the closing of the annual Ramadan Tafsir at the State House Mosque, Abuja.
This is the closing of the annual Ramadan Tafsir lectures at the State House Mosque. Speaking, Vice President Kashim Shettima expressed grief over the death of 25 persons killed in multiple suicide explosions in different locations across Maiduguri, Borno State. He prayed to Allah to grant the soul of those killed in the terror attack in Maiduguri eternal rest and reward them with ajanadas and give their family the fortitude to bear irreparable loss. Shettima also pointed that no religion sanctions the killing of innocent lives, as the sanctity of human life remains a core tenet of major world faiths.
May Allah grant their souls eternal rest and reward them with His Al-Jannah Firdaus. And may Allah also grant their families the fortitude to bear the irreparable losses. May Allah bring this madness to an end. No religion sanctions the killing of the innocent. Whatever that is motivating them, may Allah either guide them onto the right path, or may Allah banish them from the surface of the earth.
The Vice President also emphasized the need for all Nigerians to continue to country across every sector, as well as pray that the Almighty God continue to grant President Tinubu and make his team wisdom, courage, sincerity, and equity in service. Earlier, the Chief Imam of the State House Mosque prayed for sustainable peace and development of Nigeria and the success of the Tinubu administration. Emphasized the need for leaders at all levels to continue to discharge their responsibilities with the fear of Allah for the progress and development of the country. From the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, Amikaro Atta, ITV News.
And meanwhile, the Kano State government has announced new guidelines for Salah Durban activities ahead of the Eid al-Fitr celebrations as part of efforts to maintain peace and security. This follows credible intelligence reports indicating possible attempts by individuals to cause disturbances during the festive period. Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf said that while the Durban remains a cultural heritage, the government will not compromise its responsibility to protect lives and maintain law and order.
After consultations with the Kano Emirate Council, the Eid Durban known as Awal Idi will hold under the leadership of the Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi II, from the Kofar Mata Eid ground through approved routes to the Emir's palace. The government added that Awal Nasarawa will take place in a modified form without horse riding, while Awan Dushe, Awan Hansao, and Awan Dorei have been suspended due to security concerns. According to the statement, security agencies have been directed to enforce compliance as residents are urged to remain calm and cooperate for a peaceful celebration. Please return our attention to Benin for continuation of the news.
Well, thank you so much, Godwin. Here in Edo State, with over 4,000 police operatives and 2,000 personnel of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps deployed across Edo State, security agencies say they have intensified preparations ahead of the Eid al-Fitr celebrations. Jolade Ojo reports.
Addressing journalists, the Public Relations Officer of the Edo State Police Command, ASP Eno Ikoredem, said officers have been strategically deployed to identify flashpoints across the state, especially recreational centers, as part of Salah security measures. She urged residents to remain law-abiding and warned individuals with criminal intentions to stay away from the state, stressing that the command is fully prepared to respond decisively to any threat to peace and security.
The command has made robust security plans before, during, and even after the Salah celebrations. We've deployed over 4,000 personnel across the state. The Commissioner of Police Edo State Command, CP Monday Agbonika, advises the good citizens of Edo State to remain vigilant, law-abiding, go about your lawful businesses, and for the criminals out there who would want to take advantage of this period to cause any kind of menace during this celebration, our message for you is clear. We will get you, and the arm of the law will definitely catch up with you.
Meanwhile, the Edo State Commandant of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Akitayo Anyila, in a statement disclosed that 2,000 personnel have been deployed across the 3 senatorial districts. He added that area commanders and divisional officers have been directed to intensify patrols, strengthen intelligence gathering, and adopt proactive security measures within their jurisdictions. Both agencies have assured residents of adequate security during the festive period, urging the public to remain vigilant, law-abiding, and cooperative as emergency response lines will remain active throughout the Salah celebrations. From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
Meanwhile, traders across Benin metropolis, particularly at Kara Market and Jos Adu Market in Aduwawa, have raised concerns over low patronage as the Eid al-Fitr celebration approaches. Patience Osaragiwa reports that contrary to expectation of increased commercial activity during the festive season, customer turnout has remained significantly low.
A visit to several markets within the metropolis revealed that the prices of essential food items such as rice, tomatoes, fresh pepper, onions, vegetables, groundnut oil, spices, and other commodities have remained relatively stable despite the recent increase in the pump price of petrol. Some traders attributed the low patronage to prevailing harsh economic conditions, which they say have reduced customers' purchasing power.
Since morning when I shade, I never say anything.
Like leave, what would they buy? 10,000 before. Now 14, 15. The one when I buy this morning now, they don't buy.
Nobody's buying anything. I'm just here watching my phone. Patience is low.
Meanwhile, dealers in livestock, including sheep, cows, and goats, also expressed concern over the low demand for protein sources typically associated with the festive period.
Koda mutum ya zo ya taya ma rago wani bai zai taya ma rago yadda ma kai bai zo ma haka nan ba yana taya ma kasa ga da ka sau.
The people are complaining about the issue of finance. The people are complaining about financial stress, but the people are still trying their best to buy their market.
Alhaji Muhammad Sosa, the Seki Fulani of Edo State, who was at the market to purchase a cow for the Eid celebration, lamented the high cost of livestock.
Mai azumi lafiya kuma za a yi sallah lafiya. To alhamdulillah ka san yanzu komai yana da tsada. Na sai one cow 2,100,000 naira. muna roƙo Allah ka kawo muna zaman lafiya a Najeriya.
In preparation for the Eid prayers, the Muslim prayer ground at Ipoba Slope has been cleared following the successful completion of the Ramadan fast.
Federal government declared Thursday 19th and Friday 20th as public holidays to allow the Muslims across the country celebrate the Eid al-Fitr. From Benin, I am Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
In other news, the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has assured residents that the ongoing construction of the Ramat Park flyover in Benin City will restore full operations at the Appeal Court and the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) state headquarters, whose activities have been disrupted by persistent flooding in the area. Senator Okpebholo gave the assurance while inspecting the progress of the work at the project site. He noted that the perennial flooding had negatively affected critical institutions and businesses around Ramat Park. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchebu tells us more.
Governor Okpebholo, while inspecting progress on what will be the first flyover in Edo State, disclosed that construction has reached about 90% completion, while drainage works stand at approximately 70%. The governor expressed confidence that the entire project will be delivered before the peak of the rainy season to prevent further disruptions. Addressing journalists, he emphasized that completion of the flyover alongside the drainage system and other supporting infrastructure will permanently address the environmental challenges that temporarily halted activities at the Appeal Court and the state INEC headquarters.
We have come to examine what they are doing. On the bridge, they are like 90%. As you know, the High Court is no longer here. The INEC is also threatened. A lot of investment here are threatened. But by the time we take this water out of this place, we return the High Court back, renovate the High Court, and let the INEC be fully here instead of operating from 2 sessions. You remember what happened before the election? Their beavers were overrun by water. So we don't want such to happen anymore.
Site engineer Femi Fatola confirmed that bridge construction has surpassed 90% completion, with significant progress also recorded on flood control measures.
The obstruction is more or less now that we can walk directly from the top of the bridge. And we assure you, sir, that the completion will still remain, as I promise your excellency, sir, that the project will be delivered within the time frame as agreed, sir. By April, we should be able to discharge the water to the Ipoba River.
The governor also inspected other ongoing infrastructure projects, including the flyover at Saple Road and road construction at Catholic Charismatic Renewal Road, Ubuoko, off Ekenwa Road. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to improving road networks and urban infrastructure across the state. From Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The Edo State government says the present administration is committed to improving the education sector and ensuring the development of every Edo child. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo, represented by his deputy, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, made the remark during the official flag-off ceremony of the distribution of teaching and learning materials, sports equipment, mini-buses, and back-to-school kits in Benin City. Deborah Alberto reports.
Governor Monday Okpebholo, represented by the Deputy Governor Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, flagging off the distribution of teaching and learning materials at New Era College in Benin City. Right Honorable Idahosa says the initiative is part of broader education reform efforts by Governor Monday Okpebholo-led administration aimed at strengthening basic education and improving teaching and learning outcomes in both urban and rural communities.
What we are experiencing is a collaboration with the UBEC and SOBEB. What they have done is to provide all the necessary tools for our students across the 18 local government area of Edo State. You can see that they have also provided minibuses for ease of transportation to all the locations where we have educations across the state.
The Deputy Governor also commended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for providing financial support to state government to strengthen key sectors of the economy.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for providing good leadership and also providing a lot of resources to all the state governors to prioritize education, because education is the bedrock of every society. In our dear state, you know our governor is an education-loving governor.
The executive chairman of the Edo State Universal Basic Education Board, Honorable Ibaneta, says the distribution exercise is in collaboration with the Universal Basic Education Commission, just as the permanent secretary of Edo State Ministry of Education, Idite Bonoi, commended the governor for prioritizing education.
When we invest in education, we invest in the future of our dear state and nation at large.
In Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
You're on to the main news on ITV. We'll now move over to Lagos, where our correspondent is on.
Thank you, Anu, and welcome to ITV News, reaching you from Lagos. The Lagos State Police Command has been commended by the Chairman Committee on All Police Matters and Commissioner representing the Southwest at the Police Service Commission, retired DIG Taiwo Lakonu, over proactive and effective strategies towards safety of lives and property across Lagos State. The retired DIG Taiwo Lakonu handed down the commendation during a working visit to the Commissioner of Police, Lagos State Command, CP Oluhondare Jimo, at the command headquarters in Ikeja, Lagos State. The Committee on All Police Matters said the presence in Lagos was part of its supervisory responsibilities over the ongoing police recruitment and screening exercise in the state. He asked for a thorough screening exercise for the new intakes, noting that the integrity ensures achievement of organization goals globally. And moving on, the Lagos State Command of NSCDC says it has deployed 2,250 officers and men to ensure adequate security and protection of critical national assets and infrastructures in the state for the Eid al-Fitr celebration. The command, in the statement signed by the State Public Relations Officers, SC Oluwaseun Abolurin, said the deployment is to foil attacks often perpetrated by miscreants during festive periods. The statement adds that the command has also heavily deployed data-driven intelligence and robust operational strategies to guarantee peace and security before, during, and after the celebration.
Meanwhile, King Charles is hosting the first Nigerian state visit to the UK for 37 years, with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his wife Oluremi Tinubu receiving a ceremonial welcome at the Wisdom Castle. Our status correspondent Igarata reports at the start of the two-day visit, and First Lady Remi Tinubu were greeted by senior royals, including Queen Camilla and the Prince and Princesses of Wales.
This is the arrival of President Bola Tinubu and First Lady Remi Tinubu in a carriage procession that brings them into the quadrangle inside Windsor Castle, where a military band with careful symmetry paraded on a checkerboard lawn. The President and First Lady traditional robe were given the ceremonial grandeur of a royal welcome. There was a grand salute, national anthem were played, guards were inspected, and the household cavalry kicked up dust as they paraded inside the castle in front of a viewing stand by the king and queen and their visitors. President Bola Tinubu and First Lady Remi Tinubu had been met earlier by Prince William and Catherine, who is the Princess of Wales, before being escorted to formally meet with the King and the Queen. When the royal host and their visitors went inside the castle, they viewed Nigerians' items from the royal collection, including a Yoruba throne, sculpture paintings, and manuscript of a poem by Sir Ben Okri. Official gifts were exchanged. President Tinubu and First Lady Remi Tinubu were given handcrafted poetry, a silver photo frame containing a picture of the king and queen, and a silver and enamel bowl. In return, the king and the queen were given a traditional Yoruba statue and jewelry bust featuring the face of important Nigerian women. The couple will also attend an interfaith event designed to build bridges between religions. On Thursday, Mrs. Remi Tinubu, who is an ordained pastor, is set to preach at the service at Lambert Palace, representative from the Church of England. Iharo Atta, ITV News.
It's time for a break. When we return, we'll bring you more stories on the news. Please stay.
Welcome back. The Ege Epilepsy Foundation has marked its 15th Purple Day celebration with a renewed call for awareness and inclusivity for persons living with epilepsy. The event, held under the distinguished chairmanship of former Deputy Governor of Edo State, Comrade Philip Shaibu, alongside his wife, Miriam Shaibu, aimed to reshape public perception of the condition. The report filed by Esther Ogoro is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
The symposium, which was the highlight of the celebration, took place at St. Gabriel the Archangel Catholic Church along Sapele Road in Benin City. Dressed in the symbolic color purple, stakeholders, medical professionals, students, and members of the public gathered to amplify awareness and show support. The founder, Angela Asamota, appreciated God for the successes recorded by the foundation over the past 15 years.
The most successful so far. People are beginning to learn more about epilepsy. The awareness is spreading and stigma is reducing. We are happy.
Speakers at the event emphasized that epilepsy is not a death sentence, but a manageable neurological condition. They noted that persons living with epilepsy can live normal and productive lives. The foundation's objectives, particularly its focus on vulnerable groups, were set to align with the goals of the Ministry of Women Affairs. The guest speaker commended the foundation for its commitment to advocacy and awareness.
You can help them. Most times it doesn't kill. Remove any tight clothes around his neck. Ensure he's getting good ventilation, and it's on a place where he can fall. Put him on the ground. Don't press him down like a wrestler. You are going to injure him.
Another speaker highlighted the importance of using respectful language.
God should cure them and enlighten the society that these people could live well, do everything any other normal people do. There are great people in the world who have been epileptic. The
representative of the Catholic Archbishop of the Archdiocese of Benin, Reverend Father Michael Oyonefua, noted that epilepsy cuts across all tribes and religions, calling for increased support and collective actions.
We want to continue to thank her and wish her the best, and want all of us to support this particular program.
The event featured gift presentations and a pageantry segment, with Miss Popwedo emerging as the winner. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
We now take a short break. Please stay with us. Many thanks for staying with us. In fulfillment of its commitment to the development of their alma mater, Ozuala Grammar School Old Student Association Olugbo has recorded another feat with the construction of an ultra-modern gate and perimeter fence. The inauguration of the twin project, which held on Tuesday, 17th March 2026, is courtesy of the association's class of 81, led by the president, Dr. Courage Akoragari. The report by Williams Yamar is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
In their various remarks, President Ozolwa Grammar School Old Students Association Worldwide, Dr. Kevin Kwamosa-Idehen, and General Secretary Professor Kolawole Ugbomo showered encomium on the executive of the class of 81 by addressing security challenges faced by the school through the construction of standard gate and perimeter fence.
By the providence of God and the will of the 81 sets,
Several things will be done here.
This project has been conceived for a long time, but today it's a reality.
President Ozola Grammar School Old Students Association, Class of 81, Dr. Courage Ekagwere, comment on the rationale by his executive to construct a gate and perimeter fence.
We know that this is not a final solution, but it's going to make it a little difficult for them to just come in.
Other members of associations, Class of 81, namely Mr. Rollins Izeyamu, Elder Victor Ejemekere, and Professor Kolawole Ugbomo eulogized Dr. Courage Ekagwere as a motivating factor who did not relent in ensuring the actualization of the project. Principal Ozola Grammar School, Senior Secondary School Arm, Mrs. Violet Wagiero, and Principal Junior Secondary Arm, Mr. Jackson Idehen, commended the executive of Class of 81 for remembering their alma mater.
I want to say a very big thank you to Ozola Grammar School Old Students Association, ZOSA, the umbrella body, 81 set in particular. I want to say thank you very much.
Highlight was the inauguration of the gate and perimeter fence by the President of Ozola Grammar School Old Students Association Class of 81, Dr. Courage Ekagwere. In attendance at the ceremony were members of the association, including the immediate past President of Ozola Grammar School Old Students Association, Mr. Osariminda Lucky Osawawu. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
The Edo State Commissioner for Education, Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Padiyamu, has declared his intention to contest for the House of Representatives seat for Oredo Federal Constituency. He made a declaration during a meeting with party leaders and members of Ward 10 in Benin City. Ofure Aneto reports.
The meeting was attended by executive members of Ward 10, including the ward chairman, party leaders, elders, youth and women leaders, as well as party faithful who turned out in large numbers. Addressing the gathering, the Ward 10 chairman, Usainde Aiku, described the aspirant as a son of the soil who has consulted widely and is now seeking the support and approval of his people to represent them at the National Assembly.
We don't come here to seek our permission, our prayers, to give us the full assurance.
Honorable Padi Yamu, who received a warm welcome, appreciated the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, party leaders, members, and the Arewa community for their support. He assured them of quality representation, citing his achievements as Commissioner for Education.
What will Assembly go Commissioner disappoint you now? No! As Commissioner, with the development we don't bring to our people, as Commissioner, I want to make we take them higher. That's so national. I want to sit down with President, they negotiate for Oredo. Yes. The Arewa #1 leader for PDP don't join Ward 10 today. Now I'll show you say we ready to deliver Akpako Visa 2028.
Also speaking, award leader Honorable Captain Emmanuel Osawaye dismissed reports suggesting that the aspirant was rejected, describing such claims as unfounded and reaffirming the unity of Ward 10.
All the things when they talk, we did not reject him. How can I reject somebody from my own ward as a person that is doing very well in the government? I'm so proud of Padi Yamu.
Padi do many things to us and will not get any leader like Padi for Ward 10.
From Benin, Ofure Aneta, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories where some APC youth in Esa Southeast local government area of Edo State on Wednesday took to the street in protest against the third-term bid of the member representing Esa Southeast constituency at the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Sunday Usezele. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omija reports that the youth who totally condemned the alleged greed of the politician took to the streets to protest at the party secretariat in Ubiaja to register their differences.
Marching through major streets in Ubiaja in protest against the third-term bid of the member representing Esan Southeast constituency at the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Sunday Ojezele, the APC youth alleged that Honorable Ojezele have served 2 tenures and wondered aloud what he had new that is bringing on board as well as allow others to serve.
Our brother, that Sonny Ojezele, he know that no Teteno in Esa land. I don't know what is pushing him to see contest in Teteno. So we refuse. The youth of this Ubiaja concern, we refuse in Teteno.
We don't need third tenor because third tenor is not allowed in Eastern Southeast. So with the people of Eastern Southeast, we decide to say no more third tenor because third tenor, we don't benefit first tenor, second tenor, so we don't need third tenor again.
It was a mid-drama as the protesters arrived at the party secretariat in Ubiaja to meet with another pro-Ojezele group who gathered in support of the third term bid of the lawmaker.
This will not be different. That this person is going for Teteno. People have done it before. If it wasn't legal, those people will not go for Teteno.
Addressing the group under a tight security, the chairman, Eastern Southeast Local Government Council, Honorable Moses Edo, assured that the matter will be handled by the leadership of the party and appeal for calm as they await the party's primaries.
If you have a candidate that wants to contest, nobody is telling you to contest. But the idea of protesting for no third tenor or tenor, let me tell you, we are a democracy. Whosoever that win the primary continue the election. So let's get the peace in this start.
It has been a tough time here at the APC secretariat in Ubiaja, where the pro-third tenure and the anti-third tenure continue to agitate for their interests. From the APC secretariat in Ubiaja, Chris Omije, ITV News.
Well, still on the news, residents of Akoko Edo local government area are witnessing renewed efforts to improve road infrastructure as the council chairman, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss, has commenced the grading of Olomo Road along the Okwe axis. Oluwafemi Fariola completes the story.
The road grading project is part of ongoing initiatives aligned with the development agenda of Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo, aimed at promoting grassroots development and inclusive governance. Speaking on the development, the council chairman, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshonogwe, said the road grading exercise is a practical step toward easing transportation challenges and boosting economic activities within the area. He noted that the exercise began shortly after the distribution of construction equipment to all 18 local government areas by the Edo State government. According to him, the council's works department has been directed to ensure that all internal roads across the locality are graded before the onset of the rainy season in a bid to enhance accessibility and support local businesses.
We are flagging off this grading exercise across the 10 wards in the local government. We are starting from the local headquarters Igara. We are going to get across to all the communities in Akoko Edo. We are going to touch all the roads that need grading. We're also going to reach out to all the farm roads so that our farmers can easily convey their farm produce to the market. We sincerely appreciate His Excellency on behalf of the good people of Akoko Edo local government for this developmental stride, and we use this equipment judiciously.
The grading exercise is not limited to Oloma Road. Other affected areas include Lawani Junction, Inigara, Second Lawani Junction, Idiba Street, areas opposite Old Area 1, along Momodu Ajayi Road, Ugbobo Quarters, Uta Quarters, and the Rest House Junction. Residents have expressed optimism that the intervention will significantly improve movement and overall living conditions in the communities. For many, this marks a step in the right direction towards sustainable infrastructure development at the grassroots level. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
Still on the news, the Edo State Health Insurance Commission has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthen healthcare delivery across the state. This was highlighted by the Director General, Dr. Augusta Ikpia Inhaolu, during a stakeholders engagement held in Benin City. The report by Ayis Ehunamure is presented by Joy Obarsiabo.
The strategic meeting brought together medical officers of health as well as monitoring and evaluation officers from the 18 local government areas of Edo State. Addressing the stakeholders, the Director General of the Edo State Health Insurance Commission, Dr. Augusta Ikpia Inhaolu, noted significant improvement in supervisory visits to primary healthcare centers, describing this as a positive step towards better coordination and accountability within the system. She, however, raised concerns over the quality of data generated conducted at health facilities, stressing that accurate data remains critical for effective planning and effective service delivery.
By strengthening the supervision at our facilities and ensuring the integrity of the data we generate, we are actively contributing to the realization of this vision. Reliable data allows the government to plan better, allocate resources more effectively, and ensure that healthcare services reach the most vulnerable members of our communities.
The meeting also reviewed the second, third, and fourth quarter performance of primary healthcare centers in 2025, underscoring the need for stronger oversight. Monitoring and evaluation officers were engaged to develop a clear framework aimed at improving timely and reliable data reporting across the healthcare sector.
We also identified local government stakeholders and the Edo State primary healthcare, both at the supervisory level and at the field level, and looked at those factors that would help to enable and promote the work we do.
This generally is to improve the quality of health that our people are getting, the vulnerables are getting at the primary health centers level.
Stakeholders were encouraged to sustain collaboration as Edo State intensifies effort towards achieving universal health coverage. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
We now take a breather. Please join us again. Welcome back. Edo State government says it will synergize with entertainers in the state as a way of harnessing the creative potential of its youth. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, stated this during a courtesy visit by state entertainers at Government House, Benin City. Deborah Berfu tells us more.
A delegation of Edo-based entertainers from the 18 local government areas of the state, led by the Director of Entertainment and Creative Economy, Ambassador Solomon Okosun, popularly known as MC Alamano, visited Government House, Benin City on a formalization with the state government. Solomon Okosun used the meeting to highlight the role of entertainment in youth empowerment, economic development, and possible areas of collaboration.
These are creative because we know we have done a lot of things in this grade that went viral all over the world. That is why we are here. This is what we are doing. This is what we are feeding from. So we government back in, I know we do a lot. And I come up with a proposal to see how we can also help us to look into this, where creative can assess soft law to work and then we return.
Receiving the entertainers, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa said the Monday Okpebholo-led administration is committed to partnering with entertainers to promote culture, create jobs, and boost the state's creative industry.
The administration of distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo is ready to work and to develop the talents that we have here in Edo State. I really appreciate you and the executive. We are very, very grateful for this courtesy visit. I will discuss with the Executive Governor of our dear state and revert to you in no distant time.
The Deputy Governor also assured stakeholders in the creative industry of sustained engagement and increased collaboration.
The next thing we are going to do is to meet with you, have interactive section, and see some of the challenges that you are going through. And Edo State government will partner with you to ensure that those challenges will provide solutions to them.
In Government House, Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
Moving on, elders, women and youth of Uruhu community in Ikpebalka local government area have extended their heartfelt condolences to the Benin royal family over the passing of late Prince Augustine, who died at the age of 73. In a statement signed by the Uzupogeva of the community, Pa Matthew Agbolao, the elders described the late prince as a respected and illustrious figure whose life was marked by service, honor, and dignity. He noted that the prince's demise is a great loss not only to the royal family, but also to the entire Benin Kingdom. Pa Agbolao expressed deep sorrow over the passing, adding that the prince's death has created a significant void within the kingdom. The Uzokwakewa further pledged that the Uruho community will stand in solidarity with the Benin royal family throughout the burial rites of the late prince. He also prayed that God grants the royal family the strength and fortitude to bear the irreplaceable loss, assuring them that the community's unwavering support during this period of mourning. We go off on a break. Please stay. We now join Tolulope Ogutime for update on sports.
Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell has named a 23-man squad for this month's international friendlies against Iran and Jordan, with key players Wilfred Didi, Alex Iwobi, and Ademola Lookman included. The matches initially scheduled to take place in Amman, Jordan, have been relocated to Antalya, Turkey, due to ongoing security concerns in the Middle East. The three-time African champions will face Iran on March 27 before taking on Jordan on March 31, as Chell continued to assess his squad ahead of upcoming competitive fixtures. And finally, in the world of basketball, Nigeria, Australia, Belgium, USA, and 12 other nations have secured their spots for the FIBA Women's Basketball World Cup 2026, following the conclusion of the qualifying tournament in Istanbul, Turkey, Lyon, France, San Juan, Puerto Rico, and Wuhan, China. Nigeria competed in the France qualifier despite already qualifying as African continental champions, where they beat Colombia and the Philippines, but fell to Korea, France, and Germany. Ahead of the qualifiers, Australia, Belgium, Nigeria, and USA had already earned automatic belt as 2025 Continental Cup champions alongside host nation Germany. The remaining 11 spots went to France, first to qualify on the court, Spain, China, Korea, Italy, Mali, Czechia, Turkey, Japan, Hungary, and Puerto Rico. Notably, Italy returns to the World Cup for the first time in 32 years, while Hungary ends a 28-year absence from the tournament. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime Tolulope Ogutime.
And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Nuoluwapo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
shall always fight for our right. Sole, sole, sole.
Sally never no go the better.
Sally never
no go the better.
Who buy never
no go the better.
Who buy never
no go the better.
Since my papa born me, I never see this country. I never see this country.
Mama.
This one, for this darkness, this one. Edo people, this one. Niger Delta, this one. Iledo, this one. Yes, sir, this one.
Organized Edo against BEDC. However, anywhere you go for Nigeria, they watch us. We must continue to thank everybody. And they watch us for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube online. However, make we first read the message to Nigerians so that you can know the position of these protesters. However, they say number one, BEDC is not bigger than Edo people. Number two, we pay for light. BEDC give us darkness. Not be me talk about now. What the activists that they talk about? Number three, I say end estimated billing now. The fourth one, Edo people no be Father Christmas. Number five, BEDC sell meter between 150,000 to 400,000 naira. And number six, Edo people now responsible for buying transformers, poles and wire. It never finish. Come see this one. It never finish. People pay to maintain BEDC equipment. Okay. Say no to bulk billing. Number 9. The level of extortion of BEDC in Edo State is too much. Number 10. No lights, no pay. Number 11, Edo people can't continue to pay for darkness. Number 13, no to tariff increment on solicited migration to Brand A.
This light matter so the way it affect people around me, it don't affect so many businesses. It don't make businesses close down. Profit where they make initially, that profit now they use that they buy fuel. And that fuel in question, they don't even see gain again. And let me tell you the thing where they make me the best the more. Be say that business what you do now, you know if you even increase that your money, if you want to increase your money for your business now, your customers go leave you, they'll go patronize who they get light steady. So that one I want fact. Now you go lose customers. The same time now you go to think how you want to shut down your business. Now let's go to the aspect of psychological effect on this light. Children now we're supposed to sleep for nights. Where fans supposed to blow. They not feel how far blow them, mosquitoes go begin chop them. That pikin now, if they break, he go school now. He met when he busy they use light sleep. Those one not go to learn properly. He go to feel sleepy for class. Because why? He not get proper sleep for night. Now let's go to the mental aspect of this electricity. Mental, my brother. Now make I tell you, as a father of a home, how many fuel you go fit buy? If you be say you dey give your wife before 10,000 take cook soup, now you don dey buy fuel every day for 4,000, 3,000, 10,000. Oga, that your wife money wey you dey give her to take cook soup, e go reduce Hey. As e dey reduce, you yourself you dey think. As you dey think as a man, your wife even dey see you finish. You go dey feel say that you no fit provide again because why? No say BEDC don put you for tight corner. You don't choke out like this, so they don't be for choke out. All because say no light. No, because you don't get money to pay for your light bill. You get money to pay for light bill, but they don't give you light. Now, make we go for the extortion aspect. What be this they do?
Why you can wear black and black? What's your problem?
Because Edo State is in darkness. The heartbeat of Nigeria don't talk to the heartbeat of darkness.
Come on, go to the one where you want to talk, so the billing side now.
Okay, now for the billing side, imagine say you did darkness for 3 weeks, 3 good weeks. Then the 4th week, NEPA go come flash, NEPA go come. Man, be this is go give you one's view, bam. As they give you that one's view light, you go confuse, but they don't give me light. Oh, okay, 3 days later they come drop B for you. They will go drop B for you for a light where they will flash for your eye when you see once. And that B where they go drop for you, either from 10,000, 15,000, 20,000.
Okay, may I shock you? As an area journalist, I don't follow this like
good.
BDC say now their own responsibility.
Okay.
To repair any transformer.
Okay, good.
Any pole.
Good.
Any wire.
Good.
Wey get fault, and if oil short for the transformer,
good.
Na them right to come repair am. Not be your right to donate money.
That's fact. But the truth be say that same right wey dem dey talk say na their right to repair am. So if you go meet them now, they go tell you say they wan write letter. Make they give head office, make they approve. My brother, that approve you go there. Your grandchildren sef go there for the old. That approve and then you dey wait for. As I dey talk to una so, BDC, me na victim of BDC. BDC cut my light. They cut my light, say I dey owe B for my house. I know they owe B. Me when they see me they do video, I never talk am because you know why? That one a personal fight between me and those people. I keep her from one corner. They say I dey owe B, not be me use light. According to next standard, National Electricity Regulatory Commission, they say you are not obligated to pay for what you did not use. That is what is in the law. You are not obligated to pay for light when you don't use. But BDC office go tell you say, no, if I wait to negotiate them, may they just give you part of the bill. May you just pay and may you forget your peace. Enough is enough of those madness.
Let me make you come wear black and black.
I demand Edo State darkness. I demand BDC because you know why? BDC go so come out for this stage.
Drop your comment, share them, and make you like them. For over 10 years now, with the interview now, the waka.
Not small.
Many people say, but then.
Yes, temata.
Bam. Are you aware that BDC say now their own responsibility to repair transformer, to put oil for the transformer, to buy a pole, to replace the pole, and to pay wire and everything to maintain anything because now them they give you light.
Yes.
So what's now your problem?
In fact, BDC now lie. Now they talk.
That is your own. That is your opinion.
Yes. No, not matter.
No, if it be like your opinion.
My whole community where I did for Upper Mission Extension, we buy transformer. We buy wire to connect the transformer. Now we buy all yourself. Even be this way, we connect the transformer, say we pay them. You understand? What did they come talk? They say Moku can't dedicate that transformer to BDC because now BDC responsibility to provide transformer and every other thing. As we buy and we dedicate and give them before they can connect and can give us light. Why they don't get any moral justification to come talk say now that they provide transformer and they maintain transformer. That one a lie. For more than 2 weeks now, for my community will not get light. If they ever bring them, like that guy talking about once we just make back in less than a minute, they'll just take them bang bang. Now so the thing be, we don't feel in fact we don't buy fuel tire till they pump till they get water because without fuel or without solar, you understand, you know if you get you know if you pump your ball, you understand. So we they pay for lights, we they get darkness. You know, say Edo is shining, but because of activity of BDC, Benin Kingdom not to the kingdom of darkness. You understand? That is why we say we will come and light now we need. If government feel break the monopolistic philosophy of BDC,
way forward?
Yes,
what is the way forward?
They should destroy the monopolistic philosophy of BDC. What did I want to be? Maybe say other people will come invest in the electricity sector so that competition will come there. If competition there, the coffee provide quality services to other people. Now we want all we need the nitty-gritty of our protest and all the grammar we they speak since now we say now light now we need. If we get light, we'll feel they pay anything they say we will pay.
As now the protest now the governor come.
Yes.
How was the feeling?
No. In fact, now solution now we want for this protest. Instead of us to go, they continue to the waka for streets where we say to some extent hoodlums we can go hijack and governor just come. As he pass, he just come. He just address the issue. I say I give kudos to the governor where he take come to address the issue. All we need to do is to follow up with the governor
to make sure say yes wetin he talk he do everything we talk he come to pass. You understand? We not get any vested interest. The only interest we will get now make we get light.
Waiting they happen.
My brother, see, for where I dey for Sapele Road bypass, before they manage get small light at least small time they come say because initially we fell by transformer. Small time now they come they tell us they want carry us go now by force say everybody must pay 20,000 we come kukuma pay. Apart from transformer what we first buy, we come do connection. As we dey so, whether na band Z we dey whether na band Q we dey but wetin I know say we dey band A and the highest fraud with that because I no go fit dey buy card every 2 weeks of 10,000 15,000 and e no go last I no go even see light the meter dey run light not dey and they say na band A. So this one na the new scam, the new 419 when they decide bring come and we say we know and they go stop am.
BDC can use their brain, help themselves. They will be making money instead of cheating innocent Edo. So that is my advice for them. Thank you. Thank you very much.
What concern you for this matter?
My brother concern me well.
I affect you.
All this BDC, they be proper to us. Some place that they say tariff 250 naira. Where some place that they say tariff 100 naira. Where the difference is? Where they say they put bank A, that they say tariff for the 250 naira. Where they say all those one don't get special treatment, that they say tariff 100 naira.
Where you they stay for your house, I'd like to be for that.
Like no do. On Saturday, yes, 600,000. Now take go buy generator. May I for feed the pump water, take the bath. For doing winner.
You go buy gen.
I go buy gen. What I go do now?
Taking of the monopoly of BDC. BDC is a private company. Yes, so why we have only BDC? If Oshomo not work again, may we get many other alternatives like Oshomo. Get like five distribution generation companies so that BDC go just fizzle out. They go just melegue. They go just come out. If I can't get better services for J&P, for example, distribution company, I can't get better light. I'll go BDC again. I can leave BDC now. That's why just reach. So, but for BDC, like God was saying today, this protest was tagged Ozeba protest. It was tagged Ozeba protest. Maybe they don't go take governor, or maybe I don't know. Governor saying just tumble come, but anyhow, we don't know that BDC they use but for us.
Happy say the government respond.
I dey happy, but that was about be suit us. Do you know what it was about? We will go to the office. We go to poo for there. We go to cook there. My dog go there. We will carry canopy. We go to sleep in the office. Ozeba.
I'll talk to you. Okay. Read your shirt. BDC now synonymous with darkness. Yes. Not be today I don't see you. Come hope in Ogeru. Now, you don't tell me. What happened? Over 10 years, now they fight BDC. Now they fight for egalitarian society. Now they fight for the betterment of Edo State. Now they fight to liberate Edo people from the shackle of darkness which BDC have brought to the people perpetually, deliberately, which working. We are tired. So what will be the solution now? The only solution now be say God don't talk now. God will bless you. Don't talk am. He said, when we break the monopoly, when we bring many investors come, when we come build power plant here, build many power stations here, so that competition go down the market. Okay.
Waiting they happen.
BDC matter, it be like tortoise wey no dey finish for story. It be like tortoise wey no dey finish for story o. Before you go say they're good, now you go see and see the thing. You no go let person understand. But now the ability and the monopoly now they cause am.
How it take they affect your people? How it take affect your people? Now be the cocoa. We need to know how they affect the people, because some people don't talk say that they pay for transformer, that they buy pole, that they pay for the services.
First, the total darkness is the grand economic activities, businesses for this country and for this state. I don't want to be the primary pains where it dey. You know, say this fuel matter. Not be everybody. They feel they buy fuel. We don't take power their appliances. I've been a vulcanizer. Which one again? Who they use fridge for us? No, you not going to see cold water.
And many people now solar they don't put for their house now. And to put solar na million.
Okay. If to say government fee reduce import duty on solar, they want go help. It just be like borehole now. People know they wait for water corporation again before they install their borehole, because it not too cost. But the cost of solar too much. That is why solar will go carry a refrigerator. You can carry AC and other appliances come dey pump water. Organa million. The problem where BDC get, where go pay you per say even in all this darkness, every of their equipment where you by yourself buy, they go carry am to themselves, like transformer, like cables, like poles. You go contribute to buy am. They go carry am to themselves. That one not enough for. After all this sacrifice, we una make, una not go see the lights.
Imagine when community no get a transformer at all. The BDC go content them say they need to buy themselves, contribute money, buy transformer. They will buy the transformer finish, buy more cable, buy poles. At the end of the day, BDC go say if they no submit to them, make they can take ownership of them, say they no go come install them. Those ones, without having a choice, they can't compromise, hand over to them. And after doing that, BDC will constantly tell them, say, they need to give them like 50 million for installation. They have no choice, they will still comply. At the end of the day, they will just flash lights. And that first month when they install that transformer, so they will collect money for B. They are giving a whole lot of persons who no get this prepaid meter, estimated B. Meanwhile, they bring light for only 15 minutes, and they do that like 3 times in a month for those who see the light at all. But every end of the month, they have the impetus, the temerity, enough courage to come out with their big belly, eating free money as if Edo people are for the Christmas. Whether they go house to house, they collect money will not be their own. You know.
Because of the matter now, the executive governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, he don't come now come answer these protesters because of this light matter. Hey, anywhere you do for Edo, Nigeria they watch us. You must continue to drop your comment, just the shut up. Light matter. Edo people say they don't tire, but His Excellency Senator Monday Okpewolo, he don't show. He say no go fit in, no go fit there, making people they suffer, but he won't come talk for the matter now. Hey, that by the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, he don't show to put mouth for the matter. Why not? Respect, sir. That by the executive governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, he will come answer the people as they don't they cry.
Thank you. Hold on. Sorry. Can you face the camera? It's Soweto. Kulu. Wider. Coordination. Wider. Very distinguished Governor of Edo State, you took us by surprise. We don't know what's happening. This is Edo people across the states, and we are set for a protest, a massive protest, Kulu Kulu, against Benin Electricity Distribution Company, BEDC, because they have engaged in series of oppressive tendencies against Edo people. We pay for light and they give us darkness. As a matter of fact, today, BEDC enjoys estimated bills. Even if you are not in your house for 1 month, for 2 months, BEDC will bring beef to your Excellency. Your Excellency, sir, as it is today, communities will put monies together, they will buy transformer, they will buy poles, they will even buy wire, so that BEDC can connect them. BEDC will compel those communities that they must donate those equipment to them before they can use it. That will not be juju. The community will comply, Your Excellency. BEDC will still ask them to pay between 10 to 15 million before they can connect those equipment. And immediately they connect it, that month BEDC will bring bill for them. Your Excellency, sir, the free meter distribution that is supposed to be going in Edo State, we challenge BEDC to publish the names of Edo people that they have given it to. Meter is between 150 to 400,000. Yes. All of these things, Edo people said they are tired. Yes. And we know the efforts that Edo people is putting together to make sure they pay their bills. Electricity bill is almost competing with minimum wage for 1 room. BEDC has been doing all of these things, and we say we are tired. The reason why we are out today, we wanted to evaporate from this place and condense in BEDC office and occupy that office, so that while Edo people are losing their thousands, BEDC will be losing their billions. We look back and we surprised that the governor of Edo State suddenly entered here. Maybe you want to join us in this protest. And we'll be very happy. We'll be very happy if you join us in this protest. That is why we are here. In Soweto.
Thank you very much. His Excellency will respond to you. Thank all of you. I was just passing by, I saw people gathered in this place. I was trying to find out what the issue is. They said, yes, you people are protesting. I said, yes, we are all youth. Is that not so? Yes. Are we not Edo youth? Yes. So I've come to join you on the protest. Kulu Kulu temper. Kulu Kulu. Kulu Kulu. When we are talking about shortchanging Edo people, it's all of us. My father in the village, your mother in the village, my brother in the city, and you and all of us that are standing here. Is that not so? Now, the frustration, why are they trying to frustrate Edo people? I want you to listen very well. There are people that own BEDC. It's not government-owned property. Even though Edo State, Ondo, Ekiti, Delta, we have stake, but it's just very small. The percentage is very small. So we do not have control over BEDC. So I want to let you know that the only way we can fight them is to bring stakeholders into this business of distribution. I want to let you know we will break monopoly. That monopoly does not belong to one man. So how do we do it? We have to operate like the way telecom operates. Bring in different stakeholders, bring in different companies so that we can have light. We can have alternative. I want to say a big thank you to all of you. Civil society people that are here. I can see Besunu. I can see a lot of people here standing here. So Besunu, you have to tell people because I know you can report very well. Okay. This one no be Tinubu problem.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope. Yari yari, Ọba yari
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Hello there, it's so nice to have you again on the program News Review for today. I am Deborah Iviogbe from thanking you so much for joining us. Our first report for review says President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed the Electoral Act 2026 into law during a week under review, just days after the Independent National Electoral Commission released timetable for the 2027 general elections. The signing took place at the Presidential Villa Abuja on Wednesday with principal officers of the National Assembly in attendance.
As long as you appear personally as a manual voter in any polling booth, ballot paper is given to you manually, you decide in a corner and fingerprint, thumbprint the party of your choice, you cast your vote without hindrance and any interference. Ballots are subsequently counted manually, sorted and counted manually. It's just the arithmetic accuracy that is entered into from easy. It's still manual, essentially. The transmission of that manual result is what we're looking at. And we need to avoid glitches. I'm glad you did. Interference, unnecessary hacking in this age of, computer inquisitiveness. Nigeria will be there. We will flourish. We will continue to nurture this democracy for the fulfillment of our dream for prosperity and stability of our country. I thank all of you very much.
The bill has generated heated debates in the last 1 week, with lawmakers and prominent Nigerians disagreeing on the method for the transmission of results ahead of the 2027 general elections. The Senate and House of Representatives passed the Electoral Act Bill 2026, but not without a rowdy session, as both chamber resumed proceedings with a demand for division over Clause 60 raised by opposition lawmakers. Also in the week, we reported that the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, says the 2026 Ramadan, which coincides with the Christian Lenten season, offers Nigerians a unique opportunity to reunite and promote peace and stability in the country. The President stated this while declaring open the 2026 Ramadan Tafsir at the State House Mosque in Abuja.
Speaking, President Bola Tinubu described the rare coincidence of the two religious observances beginning simultaneously as a powerful reminder of the shared moral foundations of Nigeria's major faith and the nation's collective responsibility to live as one people under God. The president urged Nigerians to use the sacred season to strengthen bonds of harmony across religious lines, promote peaceful coexistence, and renewed prayer for national progress, stability, and security. The president also used the period to seek understanding and forgiveness in the spirit of the season, in line with the teaching of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
This Ramadan period coincides with the beginning of the Christian Lent. We thank God for this. Maybe it's giving us a sign for need for unity, collaboration, peace, and stability of our country. As we start today's Ramadan, we know the teaching that it brings to us all.
In his sermon, the chief imam of the State House Mosque, Abdul Wahid Suleiman, prayed the Almighty Allah to grant the president good health and strength as he pursues his determination to improve the welfare and well-being of Nigerians. The 2026 Ramadan Tafsir was attended by the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum and Governor of Kwara State, Abdurrahman Abdurrazak, the chief of staff to the President Femi Gbajabiamila, and the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, amongst others. From the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, Amikaro Atta, ITV News.
And back home in Edo State, we reported that the state governor, Senator Mondo Okpebholo, expressed satisfaction with the quality and pace of work done by the contractor handling the Ramat Park flyover project at Sowegbeni in Ikpoba local government area of Edo State. Governor Mondo Okpebholo, during a routine inspection of the project, assured that with about 10% of the work remaining, a brand new flyover is expected to be delivered to the people within the next 1 or 2 months. Government House correspondent Kisli Uchebu gives us details.
An ecstatic crowd of residents at Ikpoba Hill received Governor Okpebholo and his entourage as he inspects the over 90% completed Ramat Park flyover. The jubilant crowd, comprising market women, traders, motorists, residents, businessmen and women, expressed their appreciation through songs, dances and prayers for the Senator Mondo Okpebholo-led administration for fulfilling his electioneering promise. Governor Okpebholo, accompanied by a special advisor on projects implementation and monitoring, Engineer Phoebe Williams-Bello, Deputy Chairman APC Edo State, Honorable Sylvester Aibobo, APC Edo Central Senatorial Leader, General Cecil Esekaibo retired, and other top government officials inspected different aspects of the near-completed flyover. Addressing journalists after the inspection, Governor Okpebholo said the success story of the landmark flyover attests to the continued support his administration has been getting from Edo State people in delivering the dividends of democracy. He said despite the gridlock occasioned by the construction, the people are happy with the level of progress so far.
We're trying, we're doing our best. I think the contractors are also doing very well. They are determined to continue to do business with us. But the people are happy because they've not seen something like this before. They are very grateful to God, and I believe they appreciate what Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing for them, because he's our father, and all the money that we are spending on this project is seen as given to us.
For a trader at Sowegbeni Market, Mrs. Josephine Isaac, and the commercial bus driver plying Ikpoba Hill route, Frank Ojekata, the Okpebholo administration has shown a people-centered leadership.
The government has done very good thing. Look at our bridge that is going to where they're enjoying this environment. Thanks to Okpebholo.
Also, they see flyover, don't be this one so. Now drive for the workshop, but don't see for face to face. Now God will bless her for us. See now hold up again.
From Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
And from the National Assembly came the report during week Konda review. The House of Representatives Committee on National Security and Intelligence decried the poor funding as a major challenge facing the security and intelligence subsector in the country. Chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on National Security and Intelligence, Representative Ahmed Satomi, stated this at the 2026 Budget Defense for the Intelligence Community at the National Assembly. The committee described the 5.41 trillion naira allocated to defense and security as a far cry from what is needed to tackle insecurity of the country.
Present at the budget defense of the Committee on National Security and Intelligence at the National Assembly were representatives of the Office of the National Security Advisor, representatives of the National Institute for Security Studies, among others. Chairman of the committee, Honorable Ahmed Satomi, says budgetary allocation to the intelligence subsector in the country is poor, posing a challenge to tackling Nigeria's insecurity.
Breakdown shows that the personnel cost for all agencies in the intelligence sector in 2026
Total overhead cost for proposal 103 billion and total proposed capital expenditure 386. These allocations are indeed very abysmal and does not seem much with the intent of the speech delivered by Mr. President to the joint session of the National Assembly. One would have expected that if indeed the provision of welfare and security is the primary purpose of government, then releases to the security sector should not be threatened trivially.
The Nigerian intelligence community, especially the Office of the National Security Advisor, also appealed for a supplementary budget to ensure timely and speedy response to national security issues.
The intelligence community is not without challenges. Some of the key challenges encountered by the community in the implementation of 2025 budget include, among others, the envelope system of budgeting constitutes a lot of constraint in terms of resource allocation to the intelligence community, Mr. Chair. There's irregular releases of overhead costs. None of the agency has more than 30% overhead release to it. Non-implementation of the releases of 2025 capital, Mr. Chairman, only 30% were released on 31st December to the intelligence community.
5.41 trillion naira was allocated to defense and security in the 2026 budget, an amount described as a far cry from what is needed to tackle insecurity in the country. From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
Edo State government during the week under review demolished a building in Amagba, Edo local government area, where some members of the Black Hearts confraternity were arrested and 5 others escaped in connection with recent court killings in the state. A special security squad also sealed off a residence at Upper Uwa area in Benin City, being the last known residence of Etiosa Akionbari Joshua, a suspected member of the Mafite confraternity, who is alleged to be the mastermind and financier of last week's killing at Wire Road in Benin City.
The demolition exercise was carried out by the Special Security Squad, codenamed Operation Flushout Cultists and Kidnappers in Edo State, led by the Principal Security Officer to Governor Monday Okpebholo, Saturday Oko, briefing journalists after the demolition. Spokesperson of the squad, Mr. Ibo Enwata, insisted that the anti-cultism law in the state will be implemented to the latter to ensure cultism becomes a thing of the past in the state. Enwata said those who escaped earlier have been declared wanted and will be arrested to face the atrocities they have committed. On the Okageles or youth leaders who were summoned before the special squad, Enwata confirmed that 2 out of the 3 Okageles have appeared for interrogation and are currently being profiled, while the 7 days ultimatum is still counting.
The Okagele of Obagi, we gave you 7 days ultimatum and it's still counting. When the 7 day expires, you will know whether there is law in Edo State. Then Ken Dada, we are still telling you, we are still waiting for you. The days are counting. For your own good and for your own sake, you better come to the government house as soon as possible.
Meanwhile, the Special Security Squad also sealed off a residence at Upper Uwa area in Benin City, being the last known residence of Etiosa Akionbari Joshua, also known as Baba Josh, a suspected member of the Mafite confraternity. He is alleged to be the mastermind and financier of last week's killing at Wire Road in Benin City. Enwata noted that an intelligence report showed that the suspect has relocated to Canada, prompting the state government to involve the Interpol to help track him down.
For Etiosa George, the uncle is saying this is his house. We are sealing this up and we are giving him 2 days to come and present these documents to show that it's his house.
The Special Security Squad insists that all property linked to the suspect will be sealed off until he presents himself. From Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
In a related development, we told you last week that 25-year-old man Ibrahim Husseini from Katsina State was arrested by operatives of the Edo State Security Corps for the alleged murder of 18-year-old Hassan Suleiman in Ewarwe community, Oriomo local government area of Edo State. The suspect, who allegedly committed the act in retaliation over a dispute with the victim, has been handed over to the police for further investigation.
The incident occurred on February 19, 2026, when operatives of the Edo State Security Corps attached to Evo Arure unit of the Igbae Sector Command apprehended Ibrahim Hussaini following a distress report of a murder in a bush in the community. During interrogation, the suspect confessed to killing the victim, Hassan Suleiman, over unresolved issues dating back to the previous year in their hometown in Katsina State. He explained that on the day of the incident, he lured the victim into the bush in Evo Arure community under the pretense of seeking his company to obtain traditional medicine for an upset stomach. While in the bush, the suspect attacked the victim with a machete, inflicting fatal injuries that led to his death.
abin da zan je godin da na dawo ya ce hau mu tafi ya ce wane ka yi haƙuri lokacin ka yayi
so that one you go pick the thing one the medicine one go pick that one come meet the boy tell us say enter motor go he tell the boy say yeah your time don issue
no place.
A search conducted on the suspect led to the recovery of the victim's mobile phone, motorcycle, a machete suspected to be the murder weapon, and an undisclosed sum of money. Following preliminary investigations, the suspect and recovered exhibits were handed over to Ugo Divisional Police Command for further investigation and prosecution. Jola Dilju, ITV News.
The Senate, during a week-long review, urged the management of the North Central Development Commission to prioritize investment in agriculture and security in implementation of its 140 billion naira 2026 budget. Chairman of the Senate Committee on NCDC, Senator Titus Zim, stated this when the management of the commission appeared before the committee to defend its 2026 budget estimate at the National Assembly. The Zonal Commander, Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC Zone 5, Benin, Assistant Corps Marshal Joseph Toby, said the fatherly disposition of the Honorary Roman Consul to Edo and Delta States of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Sawai Igbeneghu Isama of Benin, has continued to serve as source of encouragement to all, especially the FRSC. The FRSC Zonal Commander stated this while on a courtesy visit to the Patriarch in Benin City.
The Assistant Corps Marshal, FRSC, Joseph Toby, said following his recent posting to Zone 5, FRSC, which comprises Edo, Delta, and Anambra states, he deemed it necessary to visit the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Igbeneghu, whom he said has distinguished himself in all spheres of human endeavor and deserves to be honored. The visit, he said, was to tap from his wealth of experience.
I don't think there's anybody in Nigeria today that knows the history of Nigeria that will tell you they don't know who the Esama is. Like I jokingly told him, so when you see Okada today, you are going to see the man, the place he comes from, where they are calling this Okada nationwide.
The Esama of Benin, an honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta states of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Igbeneghu, commended the zonal commander for his kind gesture and prayed that his tenure in office will be a rewarding one.
And when we have a good relationship with road safety, so happy you are growing. So the natural relationship I'll be having with you. So at your home. So don't hesitate. Anything that's put your face, let me know.
The Benin zone of the Federal Road Safety Corps is officially referred to as RS5 HQ Benin, or simply Zone 5, and is located at Ishakure Way off Kilometer 6 Saple Road, Benin City, Edo State. It oversees operations in Edo, Delta, and Anambra states. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The Chairman, Advisory Board of Independent Television and Radio and former Executive Governor of Edo State, His Excellency Chief Dr. Lucky Nusaka Igbeneghu, reaffirmed his station's quest in the improvement of its visibility and marketability through digital broadcasting. Chief Igbenedion stated this on Wednesday last week while declaring open the 2026 Advisory Board of Directors in Abuja.
The Independent Television and Radio Advisory Board, under the able chairmanship of His Excellency, the former governor of Edo State, Chief Dr. Lucky Igbenedion, is saddled with the responsibility of advancing the goals, value, and vision of the station through expert guidance to help management make more informed decisions and take developmental steps. In his welcome remarks, Chairman of the board, Chief Dr. Lucky Igbenedion, appreciated the commitment and sacrifice of members towards the upliftment of independent television and radio.
And appreciate your sacrifice and your contributions towards the upliftment of independent television and radio. I want to appreciate your continuous effort of wanting to uplift the organization.
Chief Lucky further reaffirmed the organization's desire to expand its visibility and marketability through digital broadcasting platforms.
A lot is going on in the digital space, and we still have a lot of grounds to cover, especially in the areas of visibility and marketability.
Speaking on the outcome of the meeting, the Managing Director, Independent Television and Radio Engineer Elvis Obaseki, says deliberations from the meeting were geared at positioning the station towards achieving its set goals for 2026.
Ownership expectation and that of our clients, our customers, their expectation is high. And meetings of this nature is designed to re-strategize and retool towards delivery of top-notch services.
Vice Chairman of the Independent Television and Radio Advisory Board, Oluwole Osase Ozeye, was also present at the meeting. From Abuja, Dominic Eyemese, ITV News.
Still on the House of Igbenedion, we reported last week that family members and close associates gathered at the House of Igbenedion to celebrate Dr. Fred Igbenedion at a special birthday reception marked by joy, laughter, and warm tributes.
It was a memorable occasion as Dr. Fred Igbenedion celebrated his birthday surrounded by siblings, associates, and well-wishers who came to share in his special day. The matriarch of the House of Igbenedion, Lady Cherry Igbenedion, gave a warm welcome to the celebrant and his guests. Also present was Mr. Bright Igbenedion. The atmosphere at the House of Igbenedion was filled with excitement as guests were treated to an array of continental and African delicacies, adding color and flavor to the celebration. Family members took turns to pay glowing tributes to the celebrant. Among them was Barrister Mike Igbenedion, who described Dr. Fred Igbenedion as a cheerful and compassionate personality whose presence brings joy to those around him.
I know he has lofty dreams, and his dreams are becoming a mission that will turn into reality by the special grace of God. I wish him, good health, more life into his years ahead, and God's guidance with all his heart's desires.
He's a very great brother. He's always there for you. He's always there to give you advice. He's always there to, in fact, he's there for everything. So obviously it's a very special day for him. I wish him everything beautiful in life.
An elated Dr. Fred Igbenedion expressed appreciation to his family and friends for the overwhelming show of love and support.
It's an amazing thing having the genes of the greatest summer I've been in, so every year I seem to grow younger. What I have for the younger ones is just continue to live your life as determined and disciplined as you can, and you will find fulfillment.
The highlight of the celebration was a family photo session featuring the celebrant alongside his father, the Esama of Benin, and honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta states, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, the Iyase of Benin, Chief Sam Igbe, as well as other members of the Igbenedion family. The birthday celebration reflected strong family bonds and the enduring unity within the House of Igbenedion. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The need to leverage artificial intelligence technology to facilitate personalized learning, enhancing research capacity, and foster local innovation to address Africans' unique challenges were among the key issues highlighted by experts at the one-day AI Summit organized by Nigeria's premier private university, Igbenedion University, Okada. The summit termed AI Dynamics and Ethnical Consideration in Higher Education, the Global Shift and Africans' Reality was held at the University Library Conference Hall of the school.
Artificial intelligence dynamics and ethical considerations in higher education are gaining global attention, with Africa facing distinct realities. Speakers noted that integrating artificial intelligence into African universities can significantly enhance teaching and learning, improve administrative efficiency, and expand access to education. However, concerns were raised about academic integrity, data privacy, and the widening digital divide. Speaking on the topics dimension of artificial intelligence in academia and artificial intelligence as a tool or aid, panelists Dr. Darlington Onyengoro and Mr. Ogbolu Siri Ifeanyi described artificial intelligence as a system largely built on Western logic, stressing the need to adapt it to resolve local challenges.
You must know how to use those tools proficiently. That will open your mind to say, okay, these tools have gaps.
AI will improve quality, but if done carelessly or left to chance, it reduces intellectual growth.
Other panelists and artificial intelligence consultant Dr. Noel Biodun Saliu and Ambassador Enauna Imohe spoke on the role of artificial intelligence in university governance, quality assurance, policy direction, and the development of regulatory framework for artificial intelligence in academia.
We must take advantage of AI technology to enhance efficiency.
To lecturers, guide students, redesign assessments, seek training.
Earlier in his keynote address, the Vice Chancellor of Igbenedion University, Professor Lawrence Ezemoyen, emphasized the need to domesticate artificial intelligence technology by digitizing local knowledge systems and investing in critical infrastructure.
We grade the interrogation of the machine, not the output. We must go back to Viva Voce.
The special guest of honor, Mr. Iroche Sonny, who joined virtually via Zoom, described artificial intelligence as a global shift that institutions must strategically embrace.
How do we preserve intellectual originality in an AI-augmented world?
Some students who attended the summit expressed satisfaction with the insights gained from the discussions.
Practice with it, use it as a tool. It has a lot of power in the global society today.
The Artificial Intelligence Summit was attended by members of management, lecturers, and students of the institution. From Igbenedion University, Okada, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
For now, see you next week. To have a wonderful week ahead. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
Okay, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Mediator Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course, this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Mediator Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it work, please. 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just Keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. This is the cool down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just like 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, what's called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get if you're a lady out there. What type of clothing to get, what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's so the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the leg. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the, the side of the chest. You understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Àtọ́pẹ́. Yari yari, Ọba
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Agora
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
Come on.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
TV, certainly the best.